Hey guys, welcome to part 2 of Kamikaze Lassplanes. Today we're going to be starting up chapter 3, so let's get to it. Lunefell had a happy ending, unlike what was waiting for us in Sky Fortress. We returned the same night. Alba was exhausted, and I nearly had to drag her out of the house. I didn't want to. I wish she could spend more time with her parents, but I knew what was waiting for us in the base. Or rather waiting for me, I took the fall. I didn't want her to suffer the consequences of disobeying orders. I had to tell her I needed to rest to get her moving. She was too tired or too kind to question it. Something seemed off about her though, although there were no physical signs. I knew it had been hard up in the air, but no visible wounds or bruises showed up on her body. Despite that, as soon as we landed in the hangar, she was escorted to the infirmary. I have no clue how Lassplanes actually use the power of the light, but it surely protects them from serious injuries somehow. There's not a single scar on her skin after all. I wouldn't admit it to her, but I felt a slight relief when we parted in the hangar. The first thing I saw once we landed were soldiers waiting for us, waiting for me. HQ wasn't convinced by my honest apology in the letter I sent through a mail drone. Neither did the fact I sent it at the last moment before taking it off, making it impossible for them to react. I didn't ask to change the orders, I simply changed them myself. In this case, insubordination felt more like impudence, but I knew it was right. I don't even want to think what would have happened to Lunefell if I hadn't made a decision. HQ's assumptions turned out to be closer to the truth than anyone expected. Not to mention it was Alba's village. I could never forgive myself if I had ignored her pleas and then saw the news about a Lunefell massacre the following day. The talk I had with the enraged major in a small closed room didn't bode well. I wasn't used to that. Since I joined the army, I've never been reprimanded half as severely as now, and I knew it wouldn't be the end of it. It looked like my military career was hanging on by a thread. The evacuation of Lunefell turned out to be a double-edged sword. On the one hand, we saved hundreds of villagers from annihilation at the hands of the Empire soldiers. On the other, the news of the attack swept the island like ripples in the water. Panic gripped the people just as HQ predicted. As soon as a seed of doubt was planted, they lost faith in the Veil's effectiveness. Word is that throngs of people from the coast were heading for the capital in search of refuge. I suspect the fact that we saved Lunefell was overshadowed by us causing panic in the whole country. But I know there was no other way. I spent the whole night and half of the following day in interrogation. The intelligence was very interested in our meeting with Alba's parents, which I couldn't hide if I wanted. Later, when the village was celebrating our victory, Alba kept chirping about it, and everyone from the patrol unit had already heard about the stew her mother cooked. Whenever they mentioned that topic, my curiosity got the best of me, and despite fear, I tried to probe for information. About Alba's training, her hometown, why didn't they assign us to Lunefell in the first place? The only subject I didn't dare to raise was the Trosses' allegedly dead daughter. I didn't know if HQ knew about it, and I preferred not to reveal it just in case. The conversation with Joseph in the village gave me the impression that the couple was kept in the dark about their daughter, secretly taken to the Lassplane base for training. I don't know why, but I wasn't foolish enough to ask the people looking for a reason to throw me out. I know you've just accused me of treason, sir, but maybe, just maybe, I could get the details of the super confidential government project to which we owe the amazing Lassplanes in our army. I promise I won't sell the intel, and I'm not the Empire spy, sir. Yeah, that would go nicely. Common sense told me to stay quiet. I wasn't allowed to leave or talk to anyone about this, which was stupid. News traveled fast in Sky Fortress. I'm sure everyone already knows about our rogue operation. But HQ didn't want the news to get out of the base. Probably didn't look too good. I wasn't paying much attention. I have no interest in PR. The stress I suffered from my confinement in the small room made all the talks blend in one hazy memory. And when I expected a verdict, capital punishment or discharge, I got a deferral. I was suspended until the resolution of my case in military court. As much as I tried to stay positive, I quickly noticed the rage of people questioning me turn into dispassion, Cold calculation. Anger meant they cared, that is something to leverage. While the coldness, if I disobeyed once, they had no guarantee it wouldn't happen again. I was a wild card, and the pilots could be replaced, even the best ones. Lassplanes were valuable, not me. The mere thought brought a lump to my throat. Luckily, I didn't have much time to think. Sky Fortress doesn't accept freeloaders. Everyone in the base must make themselves useful, and I wasn't a pilot anymore. But now, I didn't have a Lassplane to fly with anyway. Albert was still recuperating in the infirmary, blissfully unaware of the situation, and so I was given various tasks beneath the dignity of a Royal Air Force officer. I washed the dishes after morning meals in the canteen and prepared ingredients for the quartermaster. In the afternoon, I unloaded heavy crusts from supply ships shuttling between Sky Fortress and the mainland. I spent evenings cleaning rooms according to my schedule. Some officers looked at me with compassion, some with awkwardness. Most of them simply avoided me as if I was a pariah, an acquaintance who would put their careers at risk. They passed me in the doorways when I was kneeling next to a bucket of water, scrubbing the floors. Truthfully, I didn't mind. Physical labor pulled my thoughts away from dangerous topics, letting me focus on simple duties: dusting, wiping, washing, hefting. Without a break, from morning to evening. Only sometimes did I allow myself to return to the haunting memories from Loonfell. The beautiful village left a disturbing trace in my mind. When I closed my eyes, the darkness had the old face of the soldier I found on the beach. And the girl, I couldn't shake off the feeling I had met her before. I'm sure she was the Lassplane who saved us during the battle. But who was she? Why was she in Loonfell? Was she assigned there with her pilot? That's a good point, we still haven't found her pilot yet. If that was the case, why didn't she introduce herself? We're on the same side. Deep in thought, I'm trying to ignore the not too pretty smell around me. It's a lovely morning. I only know it because I caught a glimpse when I was heading here from the quarters. Today I'm scrubbing toilets. Frustrated, I wring a dirty cloth from excess water. Sometimes physical labor doesn't soothe me. Sometimes, like now, I'm furious. It's so goddamn unfair and bizarre at the same time. I throw the dirty rag to the bucket in a fit of aggravation. Again, it's still filled to the brim. Tar black liquid splashes everywhere, including my clean white shirt. I feel like screaming, which doesn't become an officer of my rank. But a second-rate toilet cleaner? Yeah, he can swear at least once. Screw this. Screw all of this. A quiet smack coming from the doorway behind me makes me freeze. The lump returns to my throat and fills my heart. I was sure there was nobody there.
Wow. You kiss your mother with that mouth?
I'm a soldier, damn it. What am I doing? I straighten my back even though I'm kneeling on the wet, dirty floor. Turning around like a coiled spring, I'm ready to salute the person who caught me acting like an idiot. When I see a familiar figure, my heart skips a beat. New gallery's been unlocked for the mysterious girl. It's her. I can't believe it. Is this a dream? Will she notice if I pinch myself? The girl from the Loonfell Tavern is standing in the doorway of the bathroom I'm cleaning. She's nonchalantly looking down at me, hands folded on her chest. Just how I remember her, a shock of long, blonde hair surrounds her body. Clear and watchful eyes remind me of a foamy ocean before the storm. She's watching me with keen interest, her lips curled into a slight smirk. Suddenly, I realize my position. What am I doing? What she just heard. My ears turn hot as shame washes over me. I stand up immediately, trying my best to ignore the red, dirty shirt. Damn it, I'm not even wearing a uniform, just civilian clothes. She makes me look like a slob. I thought no one was here. I bet. I'm sorry you had to hear that. I'm absolutely scandalized. I think I should report it to HQ. No, I'm sorry, I stop mid-sentence, noticing her smirk grows wider. Right, she's joking. At my expense, my heart is about to jump out of my chest. I snort under my breath, relaxing slightly. Whoever she is, she's here, in the base. It must mean you're one of them, aren't you? You're a Lassplane.
Ahem.
And you are? The finest pilot the kingdom has to offer. Apparently. Her gaze falls on my body, a dirty, messy shirt and casual sweatpants. It seems like she's struggling to refrain from laughing. Or not trying at all. It hurts my pride a little, but it's no wonder. I do look like a slob.
Well...
You're just as I imagined. Haha, very funny. I'm dead serious. Scrubbing toilets must be a very humbling experience. I'm glad to see even the best soldiers don't let the glory go to their heads. Oh sure, I like scrubbing toilets from time to time to remind myself of my humble beginnings. I sigh as her irony infects me. She seems to be enjoying herself. I often wondered if I ever meet her again, but it didn't look like this even in my worst nightmares. She could even found me in a worse position. It makes me only more irritated. I peek at the bucket of water. My hands are burning from scrubbing the tiles with a strong chemical agent for the last 2 hours. Instead of offering to shake hands, I wave at her, immediately realizing how silly it looks. Well, that's not how I imagined our reunion, but it's good to see you. I'm Walter. You probably remember that. We met in the tavern in Lunefell. Hello, Walter. I didn't catch your name.
Nope.
I didn't give you my name. Right. We're both quiet, enveloped in the absurdity of this unusual conversation. I have at least 1,000 questions I want to ask. Who is she? What is she doing here? Was she assigned to Sky Fortress? From what I gathered, she wasn't in Lunefell willingly. And yet, she partook in the battle. She saved us when we needed a helping hand. When I look at her now, I see it. Energy lurks in the depths of her gaze, the same energy that sparked through the air when the mysterious airplane arrived. Now I'm sure it was her. So what should I call you? Powerful Lassplane? Army girl next door? Stranger?
Fine.
Stranger. Short and straight. I like it. It has a nice ring to it. Seriously? Well, we don't know each other, do we? Seems proper. In fact, I'll call you that as well from now on. But do you feel sufficiently connected to your humble beginnings now, stranger? Because it's time to go. Go where? Did HQ? Don't worry, HQ is too busy with their silent war to care about you.
Let's go.
Let's get outside. I'm suspended. Does suspension mean you're not allowed to leave the latrine? No, but you don't understand. After what happened in Lunefell, I'm facing a court-martial. I don't have your privileges. I can't abandon my work. Oh yes, your work. I'm sure Sky Fortress will plummet if you clean only 3 out of 4 toilets. I feel pressure. I received a specific order to wash latrines. I finish half of it, and then I should report for a new assignment. On one hand, nobody's watching me closely. I don't think anyone would check the bottom of the toilet seats, and the work is degrading. But I shouldn't take risks. All I think about is the upcoming trial. My whole military career. On the other hand, will I ever get a better opportunity to learn something about her? Whatever she wants, it must be important. Important enough to find me in the latrine and take me away from my work.
I mean...
You think too much, Rota. Finish scrubbing your precious toilet slayer. Literally nobody cares. You're much more useful out in the field than here. This is just a silly punishment. Come with me. What should I do? I can go after I'm done with this or I'll finish layer. Let's go with our finished layer. We gotta have to get some more answers about this mysterious girl. I know she was white, but it doesn't make that any easier. After I did, HQ is furious at me. They need only an excuse to place me in solitary confinement. But it's not like I'm going out drinking with friends. The Lassplane found me and needs my help. It should be good enough of a reason to take a break. We were taught that taking care of Lassplanes is our duty. Alba is in the infirmary, but it turns out she's not the only one I can help. It's so unusual, me and another Lassplane, and the one who saved us in Lunefell. I feel she hides many secrets, and I can't stop myself from trying to uncover them. Like her name. That's why I grab the bucket and pick up confidently to pour the dirty water into the toilet. I stuff it into a storage room so that it won't draw the attention of anyone who decides to check how clean the latrine actually is. The girl is watching me calmly. When our eyes meet, I see that she's pleased and a little surprised. Like she didn't expect me to do that. She doesn't say anything, just turns on her heels and leaves. I follow her without thinking. I breathe in fresh air as soon as I step outside. The weather is perfect and it's nearly noon. Just the time for... Actually, for what? So, what do you need me for?
Well...
Have some patience. Enjoy the sun. The corridor aren't crowded yet. Most people are still finishing their morning shift or resting before the afternoon one. It's enjoyable indeed, but she didn't get me outside just to bask in the sun, did she? Not to mention how bad I feel in my civilian clothes, dirty civilian clothes on top of that. Like an outsider in the place, I slowly began to call home. When did you come to Sky Fortress? Recently. Okay, so did you get a chance to see the base? I can give you a tour if you want, and we can discuss how I can help you along the way. Why would I? It's just a base. Are you kidding? Sky Fortress is literally like no other army base. Maybe. I don't like the decor though. Maybe. Where are you from? Somewhere. Yeah, sure, good talk. Our chat is going poorly, but the girl seems to be amused by it. She's probably testing me. I watch her reach for her hair and tie it quickly into a messy bun. Let's go for a run. Excuse me? You heard me, the weather's perfect. And you could use some training after your very important clean injury over the last few days. How do you know it's been that long? Did you return to Sky Fortress the same day we did? Blah. Tell me, stranger, do you ever run out of questions? I might when you start answering some. She bursts into laughter, a nice change. I feel like it's a rare sight on her face. To my horror, she stretches and begins to jog in place. Does she seriously want to run now? I mean, yeah, lots of people run, including me. Sky Fortress gives you a hard time with it since it's tougher to jog up here than on the mainland. But she didn't pull me from work to run. Not to mention I'm completely unprepared. My clothes still wet and dirty. Afraid you're not gonna keep up? The nerve. I begin to try at once. A impish glint flashes in her eyes. Huh. You've never trained on this altitude. Let's see how you're gonna act after we're done. Oh really?
Challenge accepted.
Let's have a bet then. 1 round from here to the park. You win, you get to ask me 1 question and I'll answer it. And if I lose? No questions till the end of the day. Tempting. I could ask anything and she would have to give me answers. Real answers, not her usual vague replies. I'm watching her while we're jogging in place before the race starts. She's so casual, not feeling out of place at all. Like she doesn't care for the grandeur of Sky Fortress at all. The opposite of Alba, who could talk about it non-stop for her entire first day. It can be a downfall. Running here is really harder than on the ground. Besides, Lassplanes may be invincible as planes, but nobody said they can't be beaten in their human form. Or so I think. Let's do it. Let's race. You have a deal, miss. Prepare to be served on a piece of humble pie. Funny, who talks like that? Winners, that's who. Her triumphant smile and satisfaction written all over her face worries me. She seems delighted by my choice. Nodding, she traces an invisible line over her shoe.
Ready.
She positions herself like a professional athlete, leaning forward toward the track. I breathe in, out. 3, 2, 1, go! My shoes bounce off the ground, no idea of running footwear. To my satisfaction, I'm quickly taking the lead. I race through the corridor, heading through the western side of the base. I know my way around. For the first minute, I can almost feel the taste of victory. I have so many questions I want to ask her. Where should I even begin? What's her name? Was she assigned to Lunefell? Where's the pilot? What does she want me to help her with? So many questions, going right through the window. The girl passes me so swiftly, I can only see a smudge of blonde hair. She's incredibly fast. Was I too distracted by my visions of victory that I let her gain the upper hand? Shit. I grit my teeth and use all of my body's stamina reserves. Speeding up, I nearly run into a couple of soldiers returning from their morning shift. The girl passes them gracefully like she's floating in the air instead of running. My physical condition is excellent. I work out every day. Well, not recently, but it's impossible the way she's running. I'm trying to keep up, and my lungs will respond by burning like fire. How far is that blasted park? At some point, I lose sight of Stranger's back and blonde hair. I keep going, fueled purely by fury and panic. That's not fair. She knew I stood no chance. How could a regular pilot win it with a Lassplane? She can fly, obviously she's faster than me. Did I take the bait? When I finally reach the finish line, I'm so tired, I feel like I'm gonna puke. She's waiting for me, of course, all smiles and happy with a race or her victory. She jumps gleefully when I join her. I won. I won. Puh, that wasn't fair. How so? You knew you were faster than me. You knew from the beginning. And you thought you could beat me. Should have not taken that bet. You set me up. Oh, and you couldn't resist. Now, no more questions today. Ugh. Fine, I'm too tired to think anyway. I feel like I'm actually going to die.
Oh dear.
Oh, so dramatic. Let's go. What? But our race is done. And now we can run for fun. For fun?
Let's go.
Come on. And there she goes, again, just like that. Well, I'm on my last legs. At least she's not dashing like before. I follow her, angry with myself for agreeing to this stupid bet. I don't know how long we've been running. It feels like an eternity. I don't need to worry about my shoes not being fit for sport, as I start feeling my feet at some point. The stains on my shirt don't bother me anymore. My clothes are soaked in sweat. It's past noon. The sun climbs high in the sky, bathing the sky fortress in hellish temperatures. My throat is so dry, I could drink a bucket of dirty water if I had it at hand. The morning shift is over. When we pass the quarters, we run upon a crowd of surprised soldiers. They watch us jogging. There's something unpleasant in their gaze. When the Lassplane gets closer, they really jump out of the way, eyeing her suspiciously. She doesn't need to say anything or push through, and she doesn't mind. It's like I'm the only one who notices their sidelong glances and hear whispers. I close in on the girl as soon as we reach at the canteen to ask about her. The corridor is now about empty. Hey, did you see that? Is that a question I hear? Oh, come on. You won't answer something that simple? Shouldn't I have taken that bet, huh? She speeds up before I can say something else. I could only run along. It's dinner time, spreading the aroma of the quartermaster's tasty dishes. Oh, my mouth's watering. I wish I had eaten something in the morning before I went to scrub the hellish toilets. My stomach declares immunity, and I involuntarily slow down when we pass the kitchen. But this Lassplane has no interest in food. She rushes me, noticing I'm finding the sneaky urge to stop and eat something. For a moment, I wonder who'd win if she raced Alba. If the finishing line were at the canteen at dinner time, Trust would surely claim victory. I must admit the exhaustion is somewhat liberating. The run is grueling, any breath could be my last. Never in my life have I felt so disgusting like now, soaking wet. From scrubbing toilets to intense workout, I must look fantastic. But I admit, at some point, I stopped thinking about anything other than this diabolical run. For a moment, I forgot everything, the detention looming over my head, the court-martial, the cold scornful looks, and never-ending interrogations. When my mind can focus on nothing else but my physical suffering, I can actually feel better. I feel good. So good that when we finally stop near the park, I laugh at my pathetic state and trembling legs. Especially since the Lassplane by my side looks as fresh as when she started running 2 hours ago. She lets her bun loose without hesitation. I notice in awe that no strand of hair sticks to her forehead, like she didn't even sweat. How intense must the Lassplane's training be if this was a piece of cake for her? The sheer thought terrifies me. That was actually fun, in a terrible gut-wrenching way. See? Nothing makes you feel more alive than the imminence of death. That's very grim, but yeah, it kinda does. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. There's no saving face now. I pant shamelessly, leaning over a railing. The view is spectacular. Stranger also approaches the railing, although a little away from me. Rightfully so. I must stink like the latrine she pulled me out of. She's looking straight ahead, admiring the ships moving lazily in the clouds and the beauty of the glade below us. The sun glimmers in her blue eyes. She may claim she doesn't care about Sky Fortress, but it's so lovely here. I know she likes it too. She seems relaxed. But her gaze is so distant, and the change in her face so subtle it's hardly visible. Whoever she is, I think she has a reason to avoid answering my questions. It's like she built a thick wall around herself and my curiosity can only bounce off it. She carefully picks which emotions show in her face and which stay hidden. For a couple of minutes, we're simply enjoying the moment and I'm enjoying the break. My quickened breath and frantic heart rate finally go back to normal. I suddenly remember why I left my post in the first place. Okay, we've had our run. You can now tell me what you need me for. Hello? Well, nothing actually. What do you mean nothing? You told me that.
Chill.
I told you whatever you needed to hear to get out of that stinking hole. But I had a job to do and what? Why did you do that? Because I thought you needed a break. I watched her unsure what to do. Get angry? She pulled me away from my duties and tricked me. Gratitude? I do feel better now. Shit, I'll be so screwed when HQ learns about it, I'm about to regret the run.
Well,
I know what you're thinking. No you don't. You're beating yourself up over this. Okay, so you kinda do. Stop it. There's no point. I've heard stories about you. I know you're a good soldier. And good soldiers shouldn't be punished for doing the right thing. So you heard what happened.
you know.
I'd be surprised if there was one person in Sky Fortress who didn't. Damn it, HQ is going to murder me. Oh yeah, they are notorious for burning their finest soldiers at stake. Old-fashioned styled. Ugh. This entire thing stinks. Most things in life do. You in particular right now. Embarrassment stops the vortex of emotions in my head. I lift my shirt to smell it and nearly pass out. Oh man, and I'm talking to her in this state? Murmuring apologies, I ostensibly move away, though she seems amused. I'm all over her words. They are probably sincere, unlike many other vague answers I got from her. And it's nice that she thinks so, but I doubt anyone in Sky Fortress would agree with her, considering the way my companions have been looking at me since my suspension. Was there a reason you were there in Lunefell? Back when it all happened? Oh, are these questions I hear from you? Oh, come on. Fine, I'll stop. For a moment, silence falls between us, but it's different from the ever-present silence that has taken over Sky Fortress since the beginning of the war. This one is filled with a buzz of my thoughts, constantly drawn to this fascinating person. So many questions. Why did he do it? Why did he disregard your orders and come to Lunefell? You knew what would happen, what HQ would do to you. I did that for a friend.
I see.
A noble cause. For Lassplanes, right? Yes, for Albatross. She's a friend of mine. Lunefell was her home. I couldn't just ignore that and go to a different village instead. Risking that, the Empire would wipe her home out of existence. Something flickers on her face, too subtle to tell exactly what it is. It's like seeing something hidden behind the thick wall she built between herself and the world. She clenches her jaws for a split second, her gaze changes in surprise, but it's all gone too quickly. Sparking a gas burner, kindling the fire of my frantic questions and disappearing, leaving only chaos. Did she know that Lunefell was home for one of the Lassplanes? Is this why she was there? Was it your idea or hers? You ask an awful lot of questions for someone who refuses to answer any stranger. So it was hers. You're wrong. I don't think so. Why did you take the fall? What do you mean? As far as I know, Alba is fine and dandy while you're suspended from service facing a military court. It doesn't take much to put two and two together. It's better this way. I don't want her to get in trouble. Please don't tell anyone.
Okay.
Your secrets are safe with me. But if you ask me, you should have probably blamed her. She wouldn't get in trouble anyway. What? Why do you say so? Think about it. The Veil went to ship, and Lassplanes might be the best weapon the king has against an unknown enemy. People like me and her, we don't get thrown away to the wolves if we do something wrong.
You know.
It's people like you. Are you saying that there was no point in sacrificing my career because she wouldn't face any consequences either way? Well, when you put it that way, it does seem a little dumb. But throwing her under the bus wouldn't have looked good for you either, so it's probably better you didn't. Great prep talk. Thanks. Always. Do you regret it? I exhale, feeling the weight of the question on my shoulders. I don't regret helping Alba in need, maybe I regret how I did it. Back then, at night in the park, when I saw her face, panic and tears, I knew it was urgent. So yeah, one of the options that we did have is choosing between going for the night or staying up in the morning. If we stayed up in the morning, we could have convinced HQ to go there without necessarily being in trouble and just blamed on her. So that could have been another way. But then our morale with her would have went lower, that she wouldn't have liked us. Now, when I suffered the consequences of my insubordination, I know I should have found a better way. A less risky one. But if the kingdom believes that helping a Lassplane defend her hometown is such a serious crime, I don't know if I should give a damn about what my superiors think about it. I'm the best pilot in the base, and they treat me like a traitor to the state. It was all for the Lassplane who really needed my help, not for me. But I suppose we have rules for a reason. So I'm not proud of what I did. I did what had to be done. Since we kind of committed to it, that's the best option we should have. I know HQ doesn't approve, but I did what had to be done. I couldn't let my friends suffer for such irrational reasons. How could they expect me to do that? They knew both of us would get the same orders, that both of us would see Lunfel's name. I don't understand why they didn't realize Alba would want to protect her home. It's not like I was choosing between saving a city full of people or a field trip to my friend's home village. Azuria is just as small as and meaningless as target as Lunfel. And in addition, it turned out to be safe and sound. Did they expect me to ignore the threat to Alba's town for a comfortable, safe mission in the south? Isn't it what Lassplanes are here for? To throw them at danger no other unit could handle? Do they think we're that stupid? Do they think I am? Why am I scrubbing toilets and hefting crates? Because I wasn't an idiot. It makes no sense. I swear under my breath, so quiet, I hope she didn't hear. I suppressed the emotions that came over my heart. Rage clutches my chest with hot claws, although I was sure it wasn't there. It appears out of nowhere, stifled with guilt, the interrogations in a dark room, and scrubbing latrines. Only now do I notice the girl turn to me. She's watching me carefully. Although approval shines in her blue eyes, I can also see a shadow of sadness beneath it. It's so quick, just a flicker of emotion in the sea of indifference. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. She knows something. It must be connected to Alba's parents, with the story of their allegedly dead child. Of course, HQ didn't want Alba to meet her parents because she had uncovered a hoax going on since her illness. They didn't want anyone to know Alba didn't die. That she was brought up and trained in a military base to become what she is now. A Lassplane, a weapon against the Empire.
Fine.
I applaud you. What, why? I disobeyed my direct orders, there's nothing here to applaud. You're wrong, you showed your backbone. You proved you're not a sheep blindly following its owner, that you have a mind of your own and a pure soul. And that you're not afraid to let him guide you.
You know.
It doesn't happen in this army as often as you think. You have a lovely view on something that's written in my files as desertion. I have a lovely view on many things, stranger. I won't believe that. You don't even like the base.
Huh?
And what should I like about this place? Everyone speaks of Sky Fortress like it's some kind of jewel of the kingdom.
Nope.
And it's not. It's just a pretty facade hiding a raw interior. It's a military base. We're at war. I feel like people here tend to forget that. I don't. I know, I can see that. I sigh. Crisp air pleasantly brushes my cheeks, up from the race. The sheer thought of returning to scrub toilets makes me sick. But the breath is taking too long. Someone will notice at any moment and rat me out to HQ. Well, I should get back to my duties.
Oh, really?
They won't go anywhere. Is there a place here to get good coffee? Coffee? Is this too much to ask? Tea or coffee? So I say I prefer tea, which I do, and I ask the quartermaster to brew you some. I prefer tea. Honestly, I feel like coffee is just glorified bean water. I only force myself to drink it when I struggle to wake up in the morning. I bet the quartermaster will make you some if you ask him nicely. Personally, I prefer tea.
Don't you dare.
You disgust me. Well, I'm disgusted myself from you saying that. Hey. I let that one slide if you can get me a cup from the quartermaster. As soon as possible. Alright. So it says, come on, I need to know your name to be extra pesty, or we can have some coffee. Yeah, because you said you discuss, we're gonna have to go to that first option. Do you think it's time you told me your name? It's been hours. Calling each other strangers is very weird.
If you ask.
I quite like it. Why? No questions. Ugh. I must remember not to rush things. I'll get her name in the end. And I hope she'll let me close enough to befriend her. I have a feeling I wouldn't regret that. But now, we must remain strangers going to get coffee. Well, we're coffee haters and we're nagging her. Nice combination. As we head for the canteen, it hits me again how bad I must stink. I don't want to face the quartermaster looking like that, not to mention asking him for a favor. Thankfully, Lassplanes shows me mercy. When we pass the quarters, our eyes meet. We understand each other without words. I run through the corridor, rushing toward the bathroom. It's the fastest shower in my life, and I'm already quick in the army. I put on my uniform in a hurry. Suspended or not, I feel the most comfortable in it. It's better to risk troubles with HQ than to keep looking like a slub in front of her. I'll need to change again when I return to finish scrubbing latrines, which will probably be soon. Finally ready, I run outside and find Stranger where I left her. I doubt she used to use this time to change. Not that she needs to, or at least she doesn't look like it. We finally head for the canteen together. It's nearly lunchtime, which makes me realize how long we've been in the park. It also means great crowds flock into the fortress center in search of food. Stranger stops at its entrance, noticing how packed the canteen is. Distress flashes on her face. Is everything okay? Yep. Go and grab us 2 coffees. I thought we could find a place inside to sit and... I'd rather go somewhere else. This place looks full. Oh, that's usually how it is during lunchtime. Is that a problem? Not at all. But you owe me a tour of the base, right? As far as I remember, you clearly refused.
No way.
Isn't there any other place we could sit down and drink coffee in peace? I guess there are some. Great. I'll wait for you outside. I nod hesitantly, stepping inside the canteen. Stranger doesn't seem to be fond of crowds. She stays by the entrance, turning back and looking around. It's not surprising, the stares of the soldiers we passed before were rather unfriendly. Maybe that's why she doesn't want to go inside and make a fuss. I don't mind crowds, even if some of these people treat me like a pariah. I push my way to the quartermaster behind the counter. My current military status doesn't entitle me to favors, but we have a good relationship. Normally I ask him for tea, but I don't want to complicate the order in rush hour. Too bad, I won't appreciate fancier coffee, but I'll just give my cup to Stranger if she likes it. Despite the crowds in my canteen, my plea for 2 cups of coffee from Special Beans is successful. I'm trying to ignore the stares I feel my back as I'm waiting for the beverages. I'm really asking for this, and besides, it's for a Lassplane. They wouldn't understand anyway. With relief, I take 2 cups of steaming black drink. I forgot to ask her if she adds something to the coffee, let's hope not. Or I need to go back for milk. Searing heat envelops me as soon as I step outside. The weather is relentless today. Here you go. Although the coffee is black and strong, she inhales the aroma delighted. Without regard for the temperature, Stranger takes a sip and grins. A rather unusual sign on her face. Something leaps inside me, happy I could bring her some joy. Is it acceptable for you, Stranger? It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Do you need anything? Sugar or milk?
Huh?
Sugar and coffee? Disgusting. Hey, many people like it.
Objection.
Disgusting. Fine. Let's go find ourselves a place to sit. Do you have any wishes? Somewhere we can enjoy the coffee without people around. That's my wish. You know, we're on a very limited space floating in the air, do you? If it's too much to ask. No. I know just the spot. Let's go. I don't know the spot at all. As soon as we start walking, I think we go through options in my head. The bathhouse should be empty, but it's not like we're going to drink coffee there. People from the afternoon shift should have vacated their quarters. Nope, no way. I wasn't invited to the quarters. We're wandering around as if heading for the place I haven't come up with yet. We quickly reach Sky Fortress borders where the hangars are. When my eyes fall on battle stations, I devise a daring plan. Of course. Some hangars are empty now. The view is quite pretty too.
Fine.
Sounds good. It's not too elegant. Oh, then I don't know if I can accept it. How many stars does this venue have? How many stars? It's a hangar, not a restaurant. With us inside, it's a 5-star location. So that's just a joke that she'd probably like. But this is the whole thinking quality that she kind of embraces on. Let's go over the hangar. I'm not sure the star system applies here. It's just a hangar and nothing fancy. That was a joke, stranger. If you want, we can go somewhere else. I don't, it's good.
Relax.
Loosen up a bit. I scratch my head, crestfallen. I don't get her sense of humor, I don't get her. Today is very unusual, but I appreciate she got me out of the rut I've been stuck in the past few days. At least for a moment, I could forget the dire situation I'm in. Contrary to my expectations, it's not that easy to find an empty hangar. We reach the far end of the base where large units are stationed. Even the corridor are empty here. It's a bit weird. There should be some engineers here. I don't complain though. We finally found a place to sit down. We pick one of the largest hangars containing a massive vessel. The armed cargo ship takes almost all of the free space. And what you know, stranger passes me at the entrance, uninterested. I don't know if she likes anything other than running and coffee. I follow her toward the exit. The blue sky fills a large open gate in the distance. The cool, pleasant wind blows inside. The hangar shields us from the sun, making today's temperature quite bearable. When we reach the edge, the sky is all I can see. I look around with hesitation in search of something we can sell on. Luckily, I notice a few cargo crates by the wall. I take one for her and another for myself. It's not a place for people with a fear of heights. We're maybe 2 meters away from the chasm. If I look down, I would see the wall under Sky Fortress. Instead, I sit down next to her, enjoying the view and the chill. The coffee had already been cooled down a bit, making it the perfect temperature to drink. Disgusting. But I can make a sacrifice. How do you like it?
Fine.
Ideal. I need nothing more. Watching her sipping her coffee, I'm not sure if she means the hanger or the beverage. But that's not important. The smile on her lips makes my heart jump. It doesn't seem natural for her, which makes me even happier. Every smile is a victory. Tell me something about yourself. Trying your luck again, stranger? It doesn't have to be personal.
Huh?
How can something about myself not be personal? Well, I know you like coffee, and you don't like people. Very observant. That's not much, is it? I don't know. What's your favorite color?
Objection.
No questions. God damn it. I drink my coffee in silence, wondering how to approach her. She seems allergic to sharing information about herself. No matter how trivial, what do I know about her? She likes to run or exercise. Coffee, dislikes people. The bet to race was her idea. Maybe she likes competition. Let's play a game. Her eyes light up when she turns to me. She doesn't speak, but I clearly have her attention. Bullseye. It's called One Truth, Two Lies. Do you know it?
Nope.
No. But it's not like the name makes it hard to figure out. Well, yeah, it's kind of straightforward. I'll tell you 3 statements about myself. 2 of them are a lie, and 1 of them is a truth. You have to guess which one is which. And then it's your turn. We'll be keeping score. Let's do 3 rounds. I bet I'm going to win. You're an easy target. Your face is very expressive. As if.
Oh, really?
You are an easy target.
Challenge accepted.
Let's do it, cowboy. I already know you're a sore loser. Bet you're scared to play a game you didn't fix, huh?
No way.
I have to pick my truths and lies carefully. Let's start with a lie and tell a truth next. When I was 7, I had a pet hamster named King Yaroslav III. I need to pick the truth. I almost got expelled from the academy. I was the best student at the academy in my year. I feel like she'll pick this truth. Seeing how observant she is, I'm gonna go with this one. I almost got expelled from my academy during my first year. And I get exercise and running with a burning passion. Which one is the truth? The hamster is an obvious line. Who names their pet like that? Not even you can come up with such a name. What do you mean? Not even I. So that brings up to two things. I think you like exercise. You wanted to race me because you thought you'd win. The best pilot in the kingdom almost got expelled. What a shame to the Royal Air Force. It almost makes me like you even like more. Makes me like you even more, stranger. Even more? Choices. I don't think you hate exercise that much, frankly. I think it's the lie. Ugh. I won. Only the first round. I told you you're easy to read. But I don't think it's bad. You begin to interest me, stranger. I never expected that from you.
Let's go.
Okay, my turn. My first pilot was a female officer named Aisha. I love dumplings with meat and vegetables. I can't swim, and open water scares me. Which one is the truth? Let me think. Which one is the truth? Your first pilot will go. You love dumplings. You're scared of water. I really want to go for the scared of water part. Because they're flying. It could be a girl anyway. The truth. But I'm not too specific with pilots if they're all males. So far, we've only had guys. So I'm just gonna go with this. Try it out. What? Fine. You've got this route. Okay, got it. But with your last plane, how can you not know how to swim?
Nonsense.
Well, I don't have fins, do I? Never needed it. I only had to know how to fly. Which, let me remind you, is something you can't do. And you're scared of water? How is it possible? Is this why you hate Sky Fortress so much?
Don't you dare.
If you tell anyone about this, I'll push you from the hangar. We'll see if you're afraid of heights then. Of heights? No. Of falls, yes. I value my life. Read very carefully then. I didn't think she'd be that intimidating. But when she lifts her cup, covering her face, I swear her cheeks are pink. Her truth shares my worldview. I always thought Lassplanes are amazing in all possible ways, unbeatable, invincible. I know Alba has her fears, but I only saw a poster heroine in Stranger. It turns out even poster heroines are afraid of something. A peek at the outside, the light blue sky blends with the dark sea on the horizon. No wonder she hates it here. For her, Sky Fortress must be a closed mail can hanging over something terrifying. On the other hand, she can always fly away, unlike some. My turn again. Let's see. I'll start with a truth and then tell a lie. I need to pick the truth. So, I feel as though this one was this one. I was born in the slums, I'm glad, because this is relating to the other girl, Alba, because they didn't think he was in the slums as well. So, number 2. I was born in the slums and I'm glad I got out. I have a tattoo of my mom's name on my back, and I can't ride a bicycle, never had one. It still seems as though the other choices and options he says looks like a guaranteed lie, from observation anyway. Tough one. I find it hard to believe you can fly a Lassplane while having insufficient motor skills to ride a bike. I'm going to guess this is the lie. For the sake of all Lassplanes' peace of mind. You honestly have your mother's name tattooed on your back. I mean, that's pretty cute, but I bet your colleagues in the barracks love it. Huh. I think you have that tattoo, stranger, and it concerns me a little bit. Ha! Wrong. What? I would never tattoo my mother's name on my back. Come on. What? Are you insecure in your masculinity, cowboy? I am not insecure.
Don't you dare.
So don't you love your mother enough? I never said that. Ugh. Forget it, your turn. Let me think about
Hell
it.
yeah.
Alright. I once lost my whole pay in a game of poker. During my first mission, I almost crashed against rocks. I saved everything I earned to buy a private island one day. Which one is the truth? Which one is the truth? You lost your salary, you nearly crashed, you saved money for a private island. I'm gonna go for number 2.
Objection.
How did you know? Yes, I got it. I can't believe you nearly crashed the first time. Huh, almost got my pilot killed. Seriously, should I be worried? Oh no, I'm fantastic now, but everybody learns. So you're telling me you weren't born perfect? Tough to believe, I know. But nevertheless, that round was easy anyway. How so?
You know.
Well, for starters, Lassplanes don't really get paid. Huh? You guys aren't getting paid? We can spend money however we want. We just call it a due expense, and HQ takes care of that. And you can get anything you want? As long as it doesn't look too suspicious on the report card, sure. So you don't get paid, but you get to abuse the system. Isn't the service to the kingdom glorious?
All right.
Final round. We both jump in our chairs at a loud bang coming from behind, from inside of the large aircraft. Coffee spills on my pants and I curse under my breath, trying to wipe it off with my hand, as if it could help. Good thing it wasn't hot, but my new freshly washed uniform. Do I always have to look like a slob with her? Is it my destiny now? Luckily, she didn't notice it yet. She immediately turned to look at the source of the bang. I could swear I heard some quiet mumbling. I thought we were alone here, but turns out our game is over. Frustrated, I put the cup on the ground and wiped the stain on my thigh. What the? Another bang cuts through the silence and then howling. The terrifying wail echoes in the closed troop ship, straight from the worst nightmares. It doesn't end, like a broken siren, but with a lower tone. The hairs on the back of my neck curl. It's... What's that noise? I swallow a lump in my throat. These wails are somewhat desperate. They don't resemble the sounds of a human can make, more like a horror story. Reverberating from Metal Wars, they remind me of a lamenting ghost. What tormented soul could be trapped here? Is it haunted? Whatever it is, it can't know we're here. After all, we sneak past the plane without drawing attention. Stranger glances at me questioningly. Stay here. I say that as if I ever could order her. If she wants to follow me, something tells me she definitely will. Nevertheless, she stays put when I carefully stand up, mindful not to knock over the cup. I slowly move toward the cockpit door, toward the inhuman howling. I have goosebumps, but I don't let her notice my fear. It must be because of the echo. Every sound in a closed mirror room is terrifying. And yet, when I get to the stairs, I hesitate before climbing. The railing is so relentless. It goes on without a break, as if someone actually forgot to turn off a siren. I take a deep breath, and knowing very well that she's watching me, I grab the handle. I yank the door open, ready for the worst, but not for this. A grey shadow appears in the dark corridor, like a blur. As soon as it's released, it jumps at me with a shriek. Meow. Ah! My heart is about to pop out of my chest. I squeeze my eyes shut and lift my arms for cover, preparing for immediate death. That is not for immediate death there. The blow comes to my chest, and it's soft. And the railing without the metallic echo is now normal. Even cute. Oh boy. Is this a... You should have seen your face. Shocked, I looked away from the cat, which bounces off my chest and gracefully lands on the stairs. Stranger is shaking with laughter. I nearly had a heart attack, and for her, it's comedy gold. I open my mouth to react when she notices the cat. The thing I was so afraid of, I could die from embarrassment. A soldier terrified of a cat. I don't know if I'll be able to face her again. And yeah, I do, because the laughter stops as soon as she notices the pet. That's weird. Since she was so amused by my reaction to opening the door, I thought she'd find the reason behind it even more hilarious. Instead, I can see her eyes are as wide as saucers. Walter? What is that? At the sight of the cat, she stops playing strangers. I stand on the stairs, transfixed, watching the scene unfold. The cat is big and fluffy, super cute. It approaches the girl innocently, with no regard for the chasm next to her. It's more like a small plush toy rather than a railing, scary ghost of the airship. But she doesn't seem charmed. Pride appears on her face, as real could be, something I never saw before her. What is this disgusting creature? Are you serious? The cat jumps on my box, meowing for attention. Stranger moves to the very edge of her seat, as far as she can get. Does she seriously not know what a cat is? It's so ridiculous I burst out laughing.
Huh?
Are you seriously laughing right now? Get this thing away from me. I should stop, but I can't. Tears blur my vision when I descend the stairs, careful not to trip. What a joke.
Walter!
I'm coming. Stranger yells rings in the hangar when the cat moves closer to her on its box. She raises her hands in defense as if expecting it to jump in her face. The cat crouches and wriggles its butt, preparing to leap.
What?
What is it doing? Is it loading?
Impossible!
Oh no, it's charging. Estimating the distance between the boxes, the cat loads and jumps. When it lands on her knees, the girl freezes like a stone statue, as if someone threatened her with a weapon, forcing to stay still. The cat nestles on her lap, turning around a few times. It purrs so loudly, I can hear it from afar. As it rubs its nose against her clothes, she... Walter!
Why?
It's trying to kill me. It hurts. The girl hisses when the cat kneads its new lair, extending claws from soft little paws and slightly scratching her skin. Undeterred, it keeps kneading, and she looks at me with fear. I never saw anything as cute as this. Why are you standing there? Do something. It hurts. What can I do? It likes you.
Huh?
Likes me? This cursed creature is trying to rip me to shreds. This is how they show affection. I think. You think? As much as I'm enjoying the moment, it's high time to savor. I come closer and sit down on my box, minding the cup on the floor. I stare at the cat for a moment, unbothered. It turns into a roll-written loaf of bread on her knees. I reach for it to intercept the dangerous cargo, but it bares its teeth and hisses angry at me. I move away in an instant, and she hesitates. What's it doing? I think it's enjoying your lap and doesn't want me to interfere.
Help me.
Well, I want you to interfere. I wonder how the cat got up here. We're so far away from the island, it's crazy. Do you think it has an owner somewhere up here? If... Ouch! The cat changes position, clawing to her legs for support while doing so. If it has an owner, why is it wandering around? What was it doing on the plane? I have no idea. Maybe I dropped something inside, and hence the bang. How could something so small make such a loud noise? Well, cats are capable. I grab my cup and finish the coffee in one gulp. The cat calms down when I back off. That's not how I expected our game of truth and light to end, but alright. I think nothing can surprise me today more than this. Should we look for the owner? Well, I suppose we can. Someone has to know something about this cat. Stranger nods and looks down at the cat loaf on her knees. She holds her breath and attentively slips her hands under its belly to pick it up. Like a sapper disarming a very complicated bomb. Keeping the cat at arm's length, she looks as if she was holding something extremely dangerous or extremely stinky. The cat looks at me stupefied, displeased that its rest was disturbed. Stranger crouches and carefully puts it on the ground. The animal meows with complaint, and she hesitantly reaches out to it. She clumsily plats it on the head as if it were a dog. What am I even looking at?
All right.
Let's find the owner. Alright. I don't know if this day could have been any weirder. I collect the cups, expecting the cat to lose interest and go its own way as we head for the exit. Instead, the grey pet immediately follows us, or follows her to be precise. It sticks to her like glue, scanning the surroundings with interest. When we go past the airship, I think I can hear something again, a conversation. I turn around, glancing over my shoulder. The ship looks empty. It must have been my imagination. I must be going crazy because of this bloody cat. We spent the rest of the day looking for someone who knows the cat. The officers' quarters canteen park. We went around the whole base asking soldiers if they could guide us to its owner. Their reactions were varied. Most of them were shocked, asking the same question I did. What was the cat doing a few hundred meters above the ground? Did it snuck into a cargo ship, or was it brought here deliberately? Who would be so irresponsible? Some were amused. The cat were eager to get scratched behind the ear, but didn't let anyone pick it up. Apart from the Lassplane, which it apparently fell for. It was with us the whole day. To my surprise, she started to warm up to it. She still froze whenever it jumped to her knees and flinched when it rubbed against her legs. But although she was complaining under her last breath, I often noticed her hand reach for the soft fur. When we said our goodbyes, I watched the cat leave with a raised tail. It trod proudly, keeping up with the Lassplane. We didn't part ways until the very evening. After all, I had latrines to scrub. The activity didn't bother me before, but after such an eventful day, it became unbearable. I couldn't stop halfway though. It was the last thing I wanted, yet I completed my duties for the day. When I'm finally in bed, I can't stop thinking about everything that happened. About the stranger who asked me to call her, well, stranger. I wonder what difference it makes me to tell her my name. Since she hasn't yet, it must be important for her. Maybe Albert knows something. We didn't have time to discuss the Lassplane who saved us in Lunefeld back then. Albert spent most of her time with parents, then immediately disappeared in the infirmary. I haven't seen her since. Hopefully she's alright. The battle was rough, but Albert is resilient. She's not gonna believe me when I tell her what happened. I wonder how she'll react to the cat. Maybe she knows what it's doing here. So many thoughts raced through my head as I tossed and turned for hours, unable to sleep. Exhausted, I don't even notice when the reality finally fades. Uh-oh. The annoying sound blares through my dream. It pierces my frozen body to the bone, fills my veins. An alarm. A siren. Slowly, the awareness of who I am and where I am comes back to me. With difficulty, I open my sleepy eyes. How long was I there asleep? It feels like 10 minutes, but sunlight is already sweeping through the windows. My companions run out, not looking back. The base is on high alert. I sit on my bed, quickly reach for my uniform jacket hanging on a nearby chair. Finally, I put it on. I'm suspended. It's not like I can do anything. But there's something wrong. The siren never went off before. Did the Empire strike? Is this the moment? Are they targeting Sky Fortress?
Hey!
Get up, cowboy. I turn my head, hearing the order, and I notice the Lassplane near my bed. As she gets closer, I freeze, halfway through buttoning up. I'm not dressed. I'm not ready. Why is she here? Shouldn't she be preparing for takeoff? Alba's in the hospital after all. She's the only Lassplane left who can fly. And she's here in my headquarters. Male quarters. She approaches me as if I'm sitting on my bed halfway dressed. I don't even want to know what I look like. I woke up literally a minute ago. I quickly run my fingers through my hair as if it could help. It shouldn't happen. She shouldn't be here. For a second, I even forgot about the blaring siren in the background. My heart stops beating with her so close, leaning over my bed. With hands on her hips, she's looking at me expectantly. I'm wearing pajama pants and a uniform jacket, but under her piercing gaze, I feel completely naked. What are you doing here? These are male officers' quarters. Damn, is another Lassplane after my bed? Again? Desperately buttoning up the rest of my jacket, I suddenly noticed the cat at her legs. Apparently, it stayed with her the whole night. Ignoring the siren, it jumps on my bedside table and stares at me from above. I swear, even the cat looks down on me. Its tail wriggles in the air as if it could feel the tension. I knocked, but I don't think you even heard that. You think? The siren is bloody loud. What's going on?
Well...
We have an internal problem, so to speak. Internal problem? It appears that one of our units is leaving the hangar without authorization. You know Rota style. Huh. But why did they put the entire base on alert? Shouldn't they just send over a squad to bring the birdie back to the hangar?
Hell yeah!
They should, and they would, if the birdie were a small target. What do you mean? Someone is stealing an armed fighter. Apparently there's an important cargo on it. My stomach churns. This is serious. I wish I could at least change my pants, but I can't. Not with her here. Is it the ship from the hangar we were in yesterday? I don't know, perhaps. Why? I thought I heard noises from the inside when we were leaving. And the bang. You said it was a cat. Shunta stretches out her arm to the pet. When her hand is close enough, the cat pokes it with its head, demanding scratches. Yesterday it was a creature, and today she's affectionate toward it. Perhaps the cat wanted to warn us.
Challenge accepted.
Someone was on the ship then. I sincerely doubt the cat is that intelligent. Stranger shrugs, and the cat turns to me, squinting, as if it understood me and it was offended. What a madhouse.
Let's go.
Come on, change your pants and let's go. Go where? You need to stop them. And I will. Can you hurry up? Or do you like to keep in your Lassplane rating? Oh, and you like embarrassing your pilot by marching into their quarters in the middle of... Wait, what did you say? Do you need an official invitation? Let's go. But what about your pilot? I choose my own pilot, silly. And I want you. But I'm suspended. I can't pilot a Lassplane without authorization from HQ. I'll get expelled. I'll be finished. I can't do this even if I wanted to. And do you? We glanced at each other for a long while. Of course I do. I saw her in action. She saved us in Lunefell. Her power is similar to Alba's, but different. Wild, untamed. It seems whoever she is, she's so experienced in combat, I could learn from her. It's silly, I don't even know her name. She's a riddle to me. A riddle pressuring me to break rules. Of course I do, but... She straightens her back, turning sideways to me and the door. The siren rings through the silence. For one heartbeat, I watch her in the empty quarters. Suddenly, she extends a hand to me, so close I can see a tiny scar on its back. I always thought Lassplanes heal too fast to get scars. She has a mischief look on her face. I see a challenge in her eyes.
Who are you, stranger?
The best pilot this base has to offer. Or a toilet cleaner waiting for the king's permission to eat or drink. Who am I? I'm someone who does the right thing, so let's do it. Screw it. I didn't give my life to the army to sit idly in my room. I know how I have to act. I must stop the thief and get the shit back. The real enemy of the kingdom is out there, and it's not me. I can stop them. I can do that with her. I take her hand. It's so soft and gentle, so unlike her tough stare and impish smile. I hold it like it was a tiny bird. I could squish it with a reckless movement. But she grabs me tightly and pulls me toward herself, out of bed. I jump to my legs, surprised. So close. I'm painfully reminded of the fact I'm wearing pajama pants. I hold my breath, sinking in her eyes. Her iris is shrined with all shades of blue, like a line of the horizon dividing the sky on the sea on a sunny day. Like that view from the hangar. I'm unable to look away. Her next question is a whisper, but I hear it as loud as if she screamed out.
Can you handle me?
Let's see and find out. We run through the hangar, surprisingly. Nobody pays attention to us. Stranger's a new Lassplane here after war, and I'm a suspended soldier following her to the hangar with rather obvious intentions. On the top of that, I'm still wearing pajama pants. Normally, there would be a million reasons for us to cause a stir in the whole base, but the situation isn't normal. Stranger tells me what she knows as we run. Saboteurs hid in Sky Fortress, in our house, the largest military base in the kingdom. Traitors lurked in our midst, waiting for the right moment. They loaded the ship with valuables and ran, in my eyes like cockroaches. The sheer thought makes me sick. What kind of signal will this send to the world? If the enemy can sneak into the Sky Fortress and steal one of our planes, what stops him from entering the capital? From murdering the king? I turn to the hangar we usually use with Alba, but she grabs my hand and pulls me in another direction. I can't believe it, but that demonic cat is still following us. We're surrounded by mayhem, people running all over the place, and the creature pays it to no mind. It sticks to the Lassplane like a dog to its owner. I always thought cats were independent. We storm inside the hangar, nobody knows about our takeoff, so it's empty. I catch my breath, watching her step in its center. My heart trembles in anticipation. The girl glances at me over her shoulder as if making sure I'm far enough. She smirks, notices I'm transfixed, or that I'm in my pajama pants. Suddenly, the hangar turns dark. The void devours the world around me, the many colors of the morning illuminating the room. The void covers the conversation outside of it with a veil of silence. It floods my senses, sending them to another world, another place, another time. And then it explodes. Luminous rays cut the surface of the universe, tearing reality apart. I crumble with them, and an infinite power splits my body into atoms, then arranges them. I'm hanging between the two dimensions, unable to move, my head raised. Alright, and this is a transformation phase. I see her bright figure amongst dark storm clouds. She's shining like a lonely star illuminating the Satan of the universe. The light ore in her bracelet pulses with a mystical energy seemingly impossible to contain. Infinity has a different color, taste, and smell when she commands it. It emerges from the stone, scarlet like blood. Despite the darkness, the shadows, the ominous red. It's beautiful. She's beautiful. Like a being from another world, a goddess who descended to mingle with Moors on a rim. Before the light blinds me, I look up at her face, hidden behind raven hair. My heart stops. In the middle of the raging fire of her godlike energy, I believe our eyes meet. Unable to endure the brightness, I squeeze my eyes shut. Her penetrating gaze is burned on my eyelids. The storm around me finally dies down. When I open my eyes, I see a shiny plane. The world returns to normal, but I don't know if I'm the same person. I feel different. The cat purrs loudly at my side. I can't believe it was here all this time. It turns to me and meows, as if to confirm it feels a change too. We leave the hangar in a hurry. Thankfully, the damn cat doesn't jump on board or we'll be in trouble. We leave the base and the blaring siren behind. The silence in the cockpit is interrupted by thoughts swirling in my head. Does HQ know we're going to capture the unit? They do, right? Stranger is the only available Lassplane in the base for now, so she must have received an adequate order as soon as they realized what was going on. But they surely aren't aware of who she has chosen as her pilot. I agreed to her crazy proposal, and there's no turning back now. To get military court, they'll kick me out head first today. Even if I'm doing the right thing, the way I'm doing it clashes with the chain of command. My takeoff is nothing but a whim of the Lassplane who dragged me out of bed. Somewhere in the Sky Fortress, there must be the pilot she fought with in Lunefell. So why me? I push the thoughts to the back of my mind, unable to focus on them. We have a mission to complete. I have a mission to complete. And I have to admit, when we're in the air, I feel alive for the first time in a few days. She was right. I'm not meant to clean latrines, I'm meant for flying. Together, with the Lassplane whose silent thoughts I can feel under my fingertips. 50%, 98% done. Synchronization complete. That was so fast. You're an expert at this, aren't you?
What?
Why, is it your first time, stranger? Definitely not. How are you feeling?
Chill.
Fresh as a daisy. Other units have no chance to catch the ship, but we do. Careful what you're wishing for. I see on the horizon. You think they'll listen if we ask them politely to give the vessel back? For sure. Saboteurs are known to be diplomatic and agreeable by nature. Hey, it's worth a try. No doubt. But they're accelerating.
No way.
They're throwing out part of the cargo to gain more speed. Looks like you won't get the chance to show your diplomacy skills, cowboy. The cargo will be a problem. Hang on. Alright, let's get our first shoot 'em up action for this part.
Hell yeah.
Is this something that we should be shooting? I don't think so. Oh, but the cargo has stuff inside this. Ah, so we could get probably extra stuff from this?
Slow me down.
But for now, let's just break these ones because this one's better.
Quickly.
I'd like to see what her special looks like for my special beam cannon. Wow, that was cool. The transport is large, which tells me it has a lot of potential cargo to drop off. What's in the crates? Are they empty and only meant to slow us down? Or are they filled with equipment that will explode when hit by a stray bullet? What do you think they saw?
I think.
A ship for starters. You know what I mean? Look, they're headed for the Veil. Oh crap, since it's the Empire's assault, the base is filled with fuel, light resource, ammunition, and weapons. I don't even want to even think about what the Empire is going to do with all of these.
Well.
Probably the same thing we do. Kill people. Yeah, our people. Let's take out their engines. We have to stop them before they reach the Veil. Alright, let's give this a shot then. Lots of different parts that we need to be hitting down first. Here comes the cargo again. Let's just avoid the bullets for now. Okay, more enemies are coming out here. Oh, they're not for us. Oh, now they can shoot them. Let's get some spread. Almost there for the massive charge. Oh boy, let's get away from that. Okay, time to shoot at the bottom then. Almost there. Oh, lost it. We're almost there for our charge. Okay, here it goes. Yeah, so it's cool that they have definitely different changes to the strongest cannon beam fire. That feels like a chaser. Oh, nice. Got some help. Get a shield. So the yellow beams can be thrown out. It's just the purple ones. If you just remember the color patterns, we should be able to dodge these. So there's more yellow ones coming out instead of the pink ones. Okay, let's watch out for that. Because now I'm not really positioned. I'm not really positioned myself really well where I should be targeting. Now let's fight again. So we're almost there. Let's grab some more of these goodies. Okay, that one's done. Let's go to the top now. Oh, they're changing again. It's at the bottom. Okay, that's been blasted out. Now, what's to be the one should we be firing at? Oh, here's another one. Yep, I see it. Alright, good support. And down it goes. 2. We managed to kill 2 of the 4 engines, and yet the fryer is still speeding around. I'm sure the veil already glows somewhere behind there on the horizon. We can't let that happen. We can't let them deliver our weapons to the Empire.
Quickly.
Look up. We've got small birds ready for takeoff. Shit, they got plans for that on that transport ship? How many of these trays are there? The full crew of the fryer is like 40 people. Probably somewhere around like that. I can't imagine that many soldiers would abandon our cause. And now, when the Empire attacked us, they are fleeing to the enemy side. Cowardly bastards. Not everyone shares your dream of dying for the cause, Walter. And we're soldiers, aren't we? Soldiers trained in the times of peace. Is it that hard to believe that not everyone is willing to sacrifice themselves in war? In Sky Fortress, yes. Only the best of the best are allowed to serve in the fortress. Oh. So the best of the best is now subduing trays in this pajama pants. So humble, stranger. So humble indeed. Alright, let's go for Act 2 then. Let's take the ones that's trying to fire us. Oh boy, gonna have to be dodging these cargoes.
Hell yeah.
Alright, spread out. Now these cargoes are flowing back up and forward. Let's go for the ones that shoot at us, and then we'll focus on the cargoes to be dodging them. Okay, they're getting close. They're getting real close. You know what? We're gonna have to use this. The LT bud. Nice. We got some help. That sounds good. Okay, now they're actually coming at a faster speed. Okay, we're getting some more power-ups. Some more help. Oh boy. Can they squeeze past that? Okay, here we go. Whoa, that was close. I love those cargo sections though. You really react to it by just pushing up and down. Okay, so there's 2 gaps here. Okay, we can squeeze in for it now. Oh, we could have squeezed in for that. Up again, kind of melted down. I'm just trying to get my power up back again. Alright, we got our health up. Nice. Here he comes again. Up and down, up and down. Script trying to do it down. Nice. Alright, all saved. Alright, so it's gonna be the other 2 cannons that we need to be taken out here. Let's get a good head start. Now we're gonna have to back away now. Keep on firing on the yellow beams. That's gonna have to be our best asset. We're gonna make some. Oh, can we shoot these ones down? Yeah, we can. Okay, so let's clear these out first. Oh, we can stay at the top then. Let's do that. Good boy. Oh, we got a special up as well. Let's use it. Nice. Heavy spread on now. Now they got like some really slow purple balls that we're gonna have to be dodging. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's grab all these as well. We're gonna have to be spreading blindly. I'm not really gonna be focused on what's going on. I'm just gonna try and dodge as much as possible. Here we go. We got some hovering. That's good. Oh, we got a special again. Let's use it right away. Try and grab up all these power-ups as well, just to be more in control here. Okay, can I go in between? I'm trying to go in between, but these cargoes are blocking my way. Okay, now these are yellow beams, so we can shoot them down. Trying to create some space. They're following us as well, rather than the little beams that won't be chasing us down. I'm almost there for my new LT, so let's use it. Hopefully it goes through it. Ah, I don't think it did go for the cannon. Too much space in between. Okay, almost done there. Little bit left. That's it. Is it gonna go completely down? Oh, it's got one more in the center, in the middle. Is that where we need to fire in next? I know I have to fight the enemy who opened fire at me first, but my heart aches at the sight familiar shapes of planes falling into the ocean. How many of the pilots do I know? How many do I meet every day in the canteen at dinner time? How many do I laugh and chat with in the sauna after every tiring day? Inwardly, I'm hoping I don't know any of them. My colleagues aren't cowardly traitors. They must be members of some defective unit. They're determined, I'll give them that. Most people are if their lives are at stake. It won't be easy to stop a light-fueled freighter. Regardless of how many engines we broke, it's still going strong. It makes up for less energy by throwing out cargo and releasing planes from the hangar. Smart, I'll do the same. Hypothetically, right? You're asking if I'd hijack a kingdom's vessel and go behind the veil. Perhaps. Maybe that's what I'm doing right now. Risking my life to steal you as my precious cargo, stranger. Indeed. Okay. Oh, okay, so they're spreading out. Alrighty. That's gonna be the plan here. Got it. Let's take the ships out from afar. Alright, we got power up. Let's go and grab that real quick. Okay, now to focus on these cargoes. They're not really moving slightly. They're just creating little gaps in between them. So we're gonna have to be going vertically up and down. There we go. Now what's this time? Oh, they're kind of like creating a U shape when they're swimming through. Alrighty, and now they're doing the reverse order. Grab this and let's run through. And run through this as well. Alright, what's your next pad? Oh, this is the fast one. Okay. I'm not too sure if I actually did press LT and the cargo was hitting me at that point. Would I be able to dodge it right away? Okay, I'm going to use LT. Oh, I see. It breaks it down. Gives us some extra space. Not bad. Okay, it looks like we're going to have to speed up here. And we're just getting rummaged through so hard there. Oh boy. Okay. Speed in time. Again, there's been so much precautions with the health just to help us out when we are taking massive damage. I was about 25% down. That was interesting. I can't really do much against these little bugs here. So I'm just going to have to just kind of wait for my chance to get my spreading out. Okay, what about this? Does this help? Yep, that helps. Good. Alright, we got some power-ups. Now let's try and see if we can get some more. Multiplayer's at max. Oh, and I just smacked it. Now I have to restart the multiplier. That's not going to be good on our score. Got a little bit of shield. See if I can get this little one down as well. So times 4. Okay, fast cargoes. Let's do it. Alright, didn't have to really nudge yourself too hard. That's it. We almost got them. Here comes the enemy ship now. You can't stop this, Lassplane. It has already begun. What? Cowards, you've got one last chance to turn around and surrender. Idiot. You're nothing but a tool in their hands. You'd rather die than go back to this blighted place. Traitors. Die then. It's over. The diplomacy died on the vine. We gave them a chance, yet they are still rushing for the veil. I can already see its glow on the horizon. Just a moment before they leave our territory. I can't let that happen. Fury rages in my heart as I grab the trigger. But nothing happens. The cockpit feels cold. The connection I felt with strangers is getting weaker. I feel as if I'm stuck behind a thick glass. What the hell? Hey, everything okay? Our synchronization dropped for a second. Working on it. The control panel reluctantly comes back to life. Though the glass, I can see the flyer we're pursuing reach for the last resort, the backup drive. It's too little to reach the Empire's territory, but enough to keep them going to the Veil. Are you seeing this? Who puts a backup engine in a place like this? The engineers of the kingdom, apparently. That's an odd choice, but bad for us. We have to stop them before they cross. Right. Let's do it. That's the main one, in the center. Okay. And yes, we need another health as well. So I think like this part is guaranteed to always get us hurt so much. That's what I'm feeling right now. And yeah, we just dropped down. It was almost there though. Let's see if we can make our way back. Oh no, it's a checkpoint already. Okay. That's the first time losing whatever. I don't think we even have lives. It's just you just die and you just have a checkpoint. So that's really going to be affecting our score then in the end. It was very close. I guess we just have to keep it spamming out as much as possible. That's what I'm trying to hope to do. Try and grab out the thing as well. Oh, that's what happened to us last time. It's the Danes. The Danes are the responsible ones. I see. Okay. If I just focus on the Danes, we should be fine. Dale's just pumping out so much damage. Just have to hang around here. Okay, let's take this one down. Oh, you should have just dodged that. Okay, let's try and clear as much as we can. Oh, okay, now it's stuck here now again. Can't really peek our head up. Okay, this time we'll get this one for sure without really losing anything. We got shield time. Alright, special. Let's use it. So we're not really going to be doing too much damage to the main front center, but we're just trying to do as much as we can while dodging this. So it's going to be playing the long game here. Oh, here's some help. And here comes the grenades again. These Danes really screwed us up last time. Okay, I'm in a center place where I don't want to be. Oh, okay, I'm just going to have to go and grab the shield for now. Let me grab the little guy. Let's use this for now. And then, bam. Clearing this off. I lost one of the power-ups that just went past us. Oh, here comes the Danes. We're going to have to watch them out. Danes need to have... Oh, we got some health. Oh, health is gone. Bye-bye health. That's not good. Willow. Dello. Oh, here's my other chance of health. Good. Okay, nice. We got some health. Almost down, though. This is focusing on the center. There we go. Finally. Smoke from a destroyed backup engine fills the air. The fryer is rapidly decelerating, losing drive and power. Only the light energy keeps in its air. The door to the hangar is open. Having unloaded so many planes and cargoes, it reminds me of an empty carcass. The veil is so near that I practically see the sparks of energy on its surface. That was damn close. How are you doing? I checked the gauges. The synchronization is stable. But that moment was distressing. Luckily, it was short.
What?
Fine. I'll signal Sky Fortress to take this birdie back to the base and clean up all that blasted cargo. I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear that. Yeah, are you okay?
No way.
Why wouldn't I? We're heroes, yada yada. I nearly feel her sigh sweep through the cockpit. It leaves goosebumps in my neck. I understand where her bitterness is coming from, somewhat. It's hard to celebrate victory when it's not the Empire's hulls that adorn the seabed. They're ours. Even if the escapees were traitors, even if they were smuggling valuable cargo straight into the enemy's hands, the victory leaves a sour aftertaste in my mouth. I watch the arriving Kingdom units, nearly the same as the ones we've just brought down. They circle the fryer, preparing to take it to the Sky Fortress. The awareness of what's waiting after we return to the hangar slowly weighs on my heart, killing whatever remains of satisfaction from a successful mission. Oh, we still get all 3 medals? I thought it was going to reset the score because we did die at one point during the last part of the boss, which, you know, now that I think about my strategy, maybe I could have just gotten all of the limit for the special attack, zoop out everything out of the sky, and then focus on the middle. That's what, to make it even faster. Maybe that should have been the strat there, but we got all 3 medals there. Let's continue on. Intercepting the disabled fryer was just a matter of time. As soon as the vessel fell back into the hands of the Loyal Kingdom soldiers, they handled the arduous process and were returned to the Sky Fortress. In the meantime, we were tasked with escorting the unit. I accepted the task with gratitude. I was well aware of what was waiting for me when we returned back to the hangar. Who knows, this one extra hour in the year may be my last. We accompanied the fryer on its way back to the base. The shorter distance to Sky Fortress, the tired claws clutched in my heart. The tray is returned, and mine, and an insubordinate soldier away in martial court. I did my best not to compare my fate to what was waiting for the deserters we were escorting. They are returning in shackles, perhaps standing against a wall guarded by armed shoulders by now. They stole a unit full of supplies and rushed for the veil like cowards. I am returning piloting a Lassplane. My crime is violating my parole, taking a Lassplane to the battlefield without approval from HQ. Again, will HQ see the difference between me and them? Am I needlessly clinging to hope they will show me leniency again? I swear under my breath when we receive another command through the radio. Both we and the Fryer are directed to the same hangar. My chances to sneak into the quarters unnoticed burst like a bubble. Will they escort me to prison together with the others? Will everyone in the Sky Fortress see me through the same lens as the deserters that ran for the Empire? That's too much. I don't know if I can handle it. I'm praying they'll take me separately, as far from them as possible. As we fly into the hangar, my hands begin to sweat, and the stupid pajama pants on top of that. The stranger transforms in a snap. A blinding glow floods the clouded room. She was silent during our escort mission. She didn't have anything to say after we stopped the rogue Fryer. Perhaps flying against our own left a bigger mark on her morality than I thought. The hangar is packed. The people gathered here are a grey mess of decorated officers in uniforms. Some of them are holding weapons, ready to welcome the fugitives. Most of them ignore us. They're looking high above our heads, eyes fixed on what's following us inside. The enormous body of the Fryer slips into the landing site, operating on just one hastily fixed engine. The dark juggernaut towers over all of us, and it means we managed to stop it all. We prevented it from crossing the veil, but it was a close call. The vessel sails on the flight line, and only then does the crowd move. The officers shout orders, the others follow them, rushing to the ship's door. To my surprise, even the blonde stands still, watching the large unit. I expected her to elbow her way to the exit already. She had nothing to say back then, in the air, so I don't know why she would now. I look around anxiously. Nobody seems to pay attention to me in the racket. There's no doubt I won't leave the hangar as a free man, but I'm not going to volunteer to get escorted to prison on a leash. Ignoring the mass of people slowly surrounding me, I approach the familiar hall. Now that there is motionless inside the hangar, I study the giant unit with growing interest. It looks the same as the one we found a cat in the day before. Looks like there was a reason for the cat's crazy behavior. It clearly was more effective in smelling traitors in our ranks than HQ themselves. But it means the traitors had the whole day and night to load the freighter with supplies to full capacity. Who knows how long they were planning this, maybe since the Empire's first strike, or since Loon fell. If only I had entered and checked what caught the cat's attention back then. Suddenly, the door opens with a bang, and I almost jumped. Surprise. A foul swear comes from the inside. I notice a familiar face in the doorway. A companion from my quarters. Metal shine bright on his chest, but his hands are handcuffed behind his back. Eyes are pathetic. My heart stops. Someone pushes him forward. The soldiers are leading the deserters outside, one after another, onto the flight line. Hurriedly, curiously, like pushing cattle from one spot to another. That's the kind of treatment they deserve after taking our supplies, hijacking the ship, and rushing to the enemy side. One of them trips on the steep stairs and falls on his companion. The clamor gets louder. The soldier behind him shows no mercy, planting a blow to his back, as if the punch could force obedience, like the lack of it caused them to trip. I feel a lump growing in my throat. I know them, not everyone but most. The ones we shot down from the sky. Did I dine with them in the canteen too? What made them betray us? Why is it all so incredibly messed up? I step back against the wall when the deserters are led to the exit. The stranger is still frozen, motionless. She's watching the prisoners looking at them passing by. She doesn't seem to care at how close they are. I follow her gaze, studying the traitors' faces. Only now do I realize none of them pays attention to me. They aren't looking in my direction, even though I was guiding the Lassplanes' power. I was the one who pulled the trigger. I was the one flying forward. I was the one who prevented them from escaping. And yet each of them has their eyes fixed on the Lassplane. I freeze, noticing the emotions swirling in their stares. Their faces are contorted with disgust and resentment, eyes sparkling with fury. They look at her with contempt. Some are murmuring curses so vile they make my blood boil. My fists clench subsequently. She's not the one responsible for their failure. I am. They should be mad at me, just like I'm mad at them. Blasted traitors. When one of them steps forward, a rush of adrenaline floods my body. I move seen as murderous intent, but the prisoner's hands are chained. He can't do anything. He glowers at the stranger with disdain and leans to spare feet. His audacity stuns me, but only for a short moment. A split second later, I charge forward. You
Nope.
don't. The stranger hands grab my wrist when I pass her, willing to deal with the man myself. Her movement is so bold and decisive, I freeze before I think. The spit hit her shoe, but the girl doesn't seem to notice. Her eyes devoid of emotion, she shakes her head to tell me to step back. She doesn't want me to intervene. She doesn't want me to protect her. The brief moment for reaction passes. The soldier escorting the prisoner hits his head with a gun in retaliation. He forces him to back into the line. The stranger is right. Justice will come for him indeed. For all of them. And it will be much worse than a taste of my right hook that never landed. The Lassplane stares at the prisoners apathetically. I don't know what she's thinking. She built such a thick wall around herself I can't penetrate it. I'd do anything to know her thoughts now.
Aww.
There you are. A loud meow brings me back to reality, and apparently the Lassplane too. I look at the direction of the sound with disbelief. The damn cat. I didn't know we were coming to this hangar. We left for another one. Did it smell the Lassplane when she returned? It sails on one of the cargo and crates the soldiers start unloading from the stolen unit. Legs wiggling, it's staring at the Lassplane with anticipation. The cat is ignoring the military rattling around. The soldiers, distraught by its appearance, carefully place the crates around it to ensure the pet's safety. The tension in the hangar is so thick you could cut with a knife, and yet the Lassplane smiles at the pet. She happily moves towards it, ignoring everything and everyone just like the cat. I watch them from a distance, and after a while, reluctantly following her, I'm staying back unwilling to disturb their reunion, or whatever it is. The cat arches its back when the woman reaches for it. With a satisfied meow, it jumps down. Then it walks away, God knows where, stopping every few steps. When it does, it turns away to the Lassplane and cries at her, as if to get her attention. Apparently, it wants her to follow it, and she does so without hesitation. The stranger disappears behind the Freya, and I'm left alone. I look around, the deserters are still coming from the ship. I'm trying to count them all, but I quickly lose track in this crowd. Giving up at 20, I look at the cargo instead. I move along the wall to get a better view, still trying to stay unnoticed. There is no telling when my freedom is going to end, so I plan to use every minute of it. I peek inside the Freya. Most of the luggage compartment is empty. No wonder they threw so many things at us in the air that I'd be surprised if there was anything left. And yet, there is something. At the very back, a few dozen boxes are fastened to the floor. They were definitely not supposed to be discarded. 10 soldiers are relentlessly taking them outside one by one. They unfasten the belts and carry the cargo, 2 people for each box. Judging from the effort they put it into, the weight is heavy. 2 soldiers outside open the box and make notes. They are probably comparing it to the list of equipments that disappeared from Sky Fortress in the last 24 hours. I hide my hands in my pockets, feeling the extreme cold of the hangar. Out of curiosity, I approach one of the crates to look inside. What did they take from Sky Fortress and plan to transport behind the veil? I'm expecting the light ore. Maybe ammo, weapons, or tech. But as I'm studying the content, I don't see anything of interest. The box is filled with medical supplies. Risking I'll disturb the cataloging. I'll approach another one to compare the cargo. Equipment in this one, advanced medical apparatus. Part of it must be powered by the light energy, like everything in the kingdom. And there's enough of it to fill a small hospital. But of all the useful things they could have stolen from the Sky Fortress, it wouldn't be on the top of the list if I were them. Hypothetically. Maybe this equipment is valuable outside of the kingdom, or... Stand back, officer. I freeze hearing the familiar sharp voice. I turn to face my furious superior and immediately strain my back. Nearly jumping, I salute and puff my chest, and I'm suddenly very aware of my pajama pants. But this realization is quickly overcome by something even worse. My freedom ends here. Sir, you thought you could hide from us here. Contrary to logic, I glance sideways to check if the deserters have been escorted from the hangar. I know it's the least important issue right now, but I really don't want to be taken with them. Relief floods me when I don't see anyone left. It's not like that, sir. I was here with a Lassplane and... Yes, the Lassplane you took off without authorization. This makes your 2nd time this week, officer. I expected more from you. Do you care for our rules so little? No, sir. It was not my intention to do any harm, sir. My only aim was to retrieve the hijacked unit, sir. You disrespected the orders given to you, and I see that you're even disrespecting your military uniform. Tell me, soldier, was it worth it to ruin your future? Was it worth? It's not my fault. I stopped them, didn't I? I know someone that would particularly say this line, so I'm gonna go with the other one. You say that, but the cargo ship is right here, isn't it? I stopped them from flying through the veil. Is that how you talk to your superior? Sorry, I stopped them, didn't I? Sir? You did, and so could every other pilot in the space. You're not special, Rota. Flying with a Lassplane doesn't place you above the rules. But enough talking. Save it for the martial court. You're coming with me.
Objection.
No, he's not. I turned my head so fast that something painfully snaps my neck. The stranger emerges from behind the Freya. I was just thinking she left me behind and followed the cat outside. But she came. She's here. I don't know if it's good or bad. I don't want her to see me handcuffed. A month ago, I didn't expect I'd worry about it a second time. Her words don't fully reach me. Because to my horror, that damn cat is still with her, and she's holding it in her hands. This doesn't go unnoticed by my superior. Looking at the cat with disdain, he frowns and loudly clears his throat. This is not a Lassplane's business, Miss Bronsberg. Step down. Brandenburg? Oh, but it is. I chose him as my pilot. As in, Hannah Brandenburg? There are plenty of skilled pilots to choose from in the Skyfortress Lassplane. This one is suspended for the time being. I don't care. The first soldier to ever become a Lassplane? I chose him. And he's staying with me. New character unlocked. Sweet. Stunned, I looked at them as they speak. I don't really understand their words. I'm too shocked to think rationally. I blink a few times, my eyes moving between the Lassplane and my superior. The man is boiling with rage, fury sparks in his eyes, jaw tightens from tension. It's only his care for his military career that stops him from using strong words, and Hannah is playing with the cat. A smile crosses her face when she's casually offering her fingers to it. The animal shows its claws to catch the escaping prey. The girl doesn't even look at the officer who's about to explode. She looks like she's more interested in the cat than the most important moment of my career, which is only hanging by a thread. Even if you could do that, this pilot already has a Lassplane assigned to him. Oh, I'm sure trust can share. You cannot. I really don't want to cause any trouble, officer.
No.
I will abide by. Shut it, Rota. I freeze under her intense stare. Her words are sharp, quick like a command, and instantly obey without thinking. I watch her gaze move back to my superior. It's cold, nearly scornful. I don't care about your rules, officer. This pilot is staying with me. Write a note in my files if you don't like it. The man looks at me. It's like a nightmare. Let me assure you both, there will be consequences. Although the officer turns away and heads for the exit, I don't dare to move. I don't understand what just happened. The stranger is Hannah Brandenburg? The first Lassplane? The first Lassplane that told me to shut up and saved my military career? What's going on? I raise my hand to stop her when she turns away from me like she's still more interested in the cat. Stunned, I watch her put the animal on the ground. Hannah? You are Hannah Brandenburg? Why didn't you say something? We have to talk. Where are you going?
Cute.
Are you hungry, little demon? Let's go grab some food. Hey! I can't believe she's just walking away, ignoring me like I'm nothing. The cat is content. It purrs as soon as she mentions the food like it understands human language. Both of them head to the hangar's exit. I rush after them and quickly catch up to the legendary Lassplane. Thank you for standing up to him. Thank you for all of this. But we have to. I have so many questions. She stops so abruptly that I nearly crash at her. I freeze under her judgment gaze. Her eyes move all over my body, suddenly official unlike before. She pauses at my grey pajama pants. Are you seriously addressing a Lassplane in pajama pants, officer?
That's rude.
Even though I can hear amusement in her voice, I merely stop in my tracks. I'm blushing. Point taken. I shouldn't be here dressed like a slob. Again, am I destined to always be a mess when I'm with her? Or I should leave the hangar with the cat, happily navigating between soldiers' legs. I'll get dressed, wash myself, pull myself together, and then I'll look for her. I've never wondered what exactly is the Lassplane's position in the army. I mean, I knew they are special forces and answer only to the king, but I've never seen Alba use her position like that. After all, if Trotkin could order HQ around, we wouldn't have the whole Lunefeld and Azuria issue. And yet Albert always obeyed the orders, she never questioned them. She came to me for help. And for Brandenburg, just brushed off the person in charge of my future as if he was cleaning toilets, not me. I saw the fury on his face, it was so intense. Something tells me it wasn't a freaking occurrence in the army, surely the Lassplane would suffer some consequences. But if I learned something yesterday, it was that Hannah doesn't really mind consequences. Still stunned, I returned to my quarters to quickly wash and change my clothes. Part of me feared that as soon as the Lassplane disappeared from sight, the officer would find and restrain me in her absence. But nothing happened. In retrospect, yesterday turned out to be actually quite boring. I didn't dare to put on my uniform yet, sitting in my quarters I was on the edge, unsure what was going to happen when the officer reports to HQ about the hangar situation. Minutes changed into hours, I dragged my feet around the quarters with no idea what I should do. I was afraid that if HQ looked at me and I wasn't in my other quarters, I only make the already hopeless matter worse. At the same time, I desperately wanted to find Hannah, talk to her about everything. For a while, I even hoped she would come to me herself, but I quickly came to my senses. 1,000 questions were swirling my brain, and she seemed allergic to questions. The simplest thing she could do was to avoid them by avoiding me. So I just sat there, staring at the window, trying to figure everything out. My companions came back around noon, but nobody talked more than necessary. The reason for that were 2 empty beds. 2 people from our ring didn't return to the quarters. We knew exactly why. They were there, on board of that flyer. In the evening, someone came to collect their personal items. The cupboards were wiped clean, not a speck of dust left, as if they were never here. One of the beds was near the window, the same spot Trust stole from me on the first day, but I couldn't bring myself to take it. It stayed empty. When an officer from HQ finally stands in the doorway, it's nearly 8 PM. He briefly informs me that my case was finalized and I'm back to active duty. Tomorrow I'll get more orders. It's a different man than the one the Lassplane confronted in the hangar, and yet his eyes also showed discontent. I conclude that it might be safest to just drop the topic, so I answer him formally, just as briefly without further discussion the man apparently doesn't want. I wait for a while and making sure he's no longer in the corridor, and I go search for Brandenburg. Of course, walking around Sky Fortress gets me nowhere. There's no trace of her or the cat. But the positive decision from HQ filled my heart with joy. I'm so full of energy, nothing can change that. Not even the fact that Hannah forced the decision on them. Or that I can't find her. And I'm back in my quarters planning to spend my evening alone. Deciding to write Albert a letter, I sat at the desk. I don't know how long she'll stay in the infirmary, but I'm getting worried. I write about the events of the last days. Of course, leaving out how hard it was at times, she doesn't need to know I scrub toilets, at least until she asks me herself. The letter has a happy ending. We stopped the trains to the kingdom and I met a new Lassplane. And not just any Lassplane, the first one to finish their special secret training. Oh, I can't wait to see her face when she meets Brandenburg. I struggle to summon the mail drone to my quarters. It ignores me the first 3 times, even though it passes my room delivering orders to other soldiers. Finally, I hand the letter, almost losing fingers in the process when it rips out of my hands to carelessly drop it into the mail compartment. Cursed machines? When I finally force myself into go to bed, I'm too psyched to sleep. I twist and turn before dreams finally come. A new day brings thousands of new opportunities. This time I don't wake up to a blaring siren. Sky Fortress is quiet, asleep. It's only dawn, but I only jump out of bed anyway. The days of scrubbing in latrines and worrying about my future are finally gone. The first thing I do is hide in the bathroom, still empty. Nobody got up before me, good. I have time to freshen up. I wash my face, shave, and put on my uniform. It's freshly washed and ironed. Much better. I brush my hair, sticking out in every possible direction. Sunlight falls on my head through the window. Noticing something wrong, I freeze. I move closer to the mirror, hoping that it's just a trick of imagination. But no, I'm not wrong. 3, 4, 6 gray strands of hair. No way. All this stress is making my hair turn white. I thought flying in the wall is the worst thing that could happen, but looks like if I die, it's red tape that will take my life. Or stubborn Lassplanes. I tie my shoelaces and head for the canteen, hoping for an early breakfast. The officer from yesterday said I'll get new orders today. I'm growing impatient every minute. The last few days took me out of the game. I have zero idea about the latest moves from the Empire. Soldiers on suspension aren't really kept up to date with new intelligence reports. Did they attack again? If yes, where? What about Lunefeld? Is it still safe? If Albert wasn't in the infirmary, she could probably get answers from her parents. My connection to the outside world was severed in all possible ways. I step inside the canteen, feeling like the only energetic person around at these ungodly morning hours. The quartermaster is still in the middle of making breakfast. He serves his first batch of sweet buns as I enter the room. I grab two, fresh from the oven. They're scalding hot and burning my fingertips. Just perfect with the strong tea I begged for the quartermaster for. I wolfed them down so quickly that even Truss would be embarrassed. The crazy mix of emotions made me skip the evening meal yesterday. I didn't even feel hungry. With the cup of steaming drink, I head outside. I want to take advantage of how empty and blissfully quiet Skyforge is at this time of day. It's cool, but the sky is clear. The sun is already rising above the horizon. The line between the sky and water is dyed pink. I end up going to the park, not a soul in sight at this hour. Wandering the alleyways, I'm enjoying the fresh smell of grass. Suddenly, something catches my attention, just in the corner of my eye. A grey shadow high above, hidden between the railing of one of the balconies. It might be small, but I know exactly what it is. The cursed cat. The animal is looking down at me, perfectly aware of my presence. It meows loudly, just once, as if to mock its presence. The bass is so quiet that it sounds like an alarm siren, as if someone put a loudspeaker near its mouth. After a while, I notice another movement near the cat, a shock of blonde hair. Hannah! Did the cat want to indicate its presence to me or my presence to her? Either way, I finally found her. I eagerly head to the park's exit, knowing very well which balcony she's on. Last time when I was looking for a lost plane, it was the other way around. In a hurry, I nearly spilled the cup's contents on myself. I have too energy for my own too good, and I didn't even sleep particularly well. I reached the right balcony within 5 minutes. The blonde raises her head at the sound of footsteps, and I stop, taking in the unusual scene. Anna Brandenburg is sitting on the ground, or rather on a small red blanket that protects her from the cold floor. Before her, there's a wicker basket with fruit, a platter of rice, a frying pan with scrambled eggs, and even a large jug of water. Transfixed, I watch the amount of food around her. Only after a while do I realize something's moving among the plates. The cat, hiding behind the basket, is lying on its back, pinned paws directed at the sky. It looks so full, I don't think it can move anymore. That doesn't stop it from nibbling at pieces of chicken, even if it means sliding on the ground with its paws straight into the mouth. Is Hannah having a picnic here? Walking closer, I realize the cat didn't steal the chicken when she was distracted. It has its own plate. Good morning. Nice. Picnic you have right here.
Thank you.
Good morning to you too. Can I join you? Or is it a private party? With a faint smile, she moves to make room on the blanket. She pats the space next to her, inviting me to sit down. Good start. I sit down on the edge of the blanket where it's tiny. For a moment, only the cat's munching can be heard. I watch the girl raise a cup of black coffee, casting an anxious glance at the cat in bliss.
Do you?
Think she's supposed to eat this much? It's a she? How can you tell? Look at her, isn't it obvious? I follow her gaze and look at the cat. It's neither male or female to me now. It's just a liquid mass on the ground with protruding paws. I don't want to feed her too much. She'll stop when she's full, right? I doubt that. The cat doesn't even have the strength to move. Lying on the ground, it grabs food with its paws and brings it to her mouth. It's the only way it can keep eating. At the same time, it seems happy. The animal definitely likes the Lassplane, but I don't know if it means it likes me at least half that much. Which means my intervention might end badly for me. What should I do? I think she had enough. Let her eat if she wants. Let's go with the second one. Let her have it. Who knows how long she's been starving before someone came around. You think nobody shared food with her before? We have a war at our hands. Perhaps it didn't make it to the top of the priority list in the base.
Damn it.
Heartless beasts. All of them. I hid my smile behind the cup, taking a small sip of the strong drink. The cat helps itself to the remaining chicken. It's so lazy that the pieces of meat are scattered all around. It only bothers for the biggest chunks, leaving all the crumbles. What a spoiled animal. It doesn't seem to be aware of our conversation, but lies its ears downwards in caution. I'm sure if I tried to take the chicken away, my hand would become the next torn piece of meat. The silence between us seems blissful and yet unnatural in Sky Fortress, usually filled with sounds of life. Crispy wind ruffles the Lassplanes' hair. I looked over her shoulder. She picked quite a spot. The stunning view offers only a fraction of the park and boundless azure of the sky. Even when the base comes to life, this place will be the last to wake up. Most people stay around the plaza. We sip our drinks silent for a few long seconds. An uncovered identity sits between us, like an elephant in the room, waiting to be addressed. But I know very well what her reaction was when I was asked about it in the hangar. She had a reason not to share this piece of information. That's why I choose to ignore the elephant. At least for now. So, early bird catches the worm, huh? Where the hell have you seen a bird around here? It's a figure of speech. Do you always wake up this early? Oh yes, I enjoy it. Early morning usually means the world is asleep and no one bothers you. That's a very early morning, even for a military base. You must wake up at dawn. A matter of habit. Dawn and midnight are the only times the base seems bearable. You hear that much, huh? Her shoulders raise in both an answer and lack of it. She reaches into the basket and picks a grape from a bunch. Her eyes follow her movement, studying the amount of food she brought here. I didn't know the quartermaster was done preparing breakfast already. I only got 2 buns. Must be the Lassplane privileges. Help yourself, poor starving officer. Amusement sparkles in her eyes. A grape disappears behind her full lips. Encouraged by her permission, I reach for fruit. The grapes is incredibly sweet and fresh. It must have just arrived from the island. It's so tasty, I can't stop myself and reach for another one. I wonder if the quartermaster will serve us such delicacies for breakfast in the canteen. We usually choose for much less exquisite fruit. Why don't you eat in the canteen? The girl shrugs again. If I can eat here, why should I eat there? Bringing all this food here seems like a lot of work. The quartermaster helped me. Besides, I don't like crowds, as I told you before. You did. Albert surely doesn't mind crowds. 1,000 people could flood the canteen and she still would happily drown in the mass of soldiers elbowing her way to the food. But she's different. The more I spend time with Hammer, the more I notice it. The elephant between us grows and becomes harder to ignore. She's the first Lassplane to finish the training. The first one in the army. How could I ignore that?
There.
Oh, just say it already. Say what? I know you want to talk about what happened. It's written all over your face. I do not. But thank you. Thanks for what you did back there. You already thanked me before, like twice. I know, but you didn't have to. You didn't have to take the risk to help me. I want you to know how important it is to me. I hear her sigh. She spins the cup in her hand, watching the black coffee bounce off the sides. Don't mention it. You make it sound like it's no big deal, but it is to me. It's not a big deal. I heard what you said to him. Oh? I'm sorry you had to intervene. I did not behave like a soldier should.
Nope.
You're wrong. I didn't intervene because of your big mouth. Hey! I just don't know. You impressed me back there, that's all. I freeze. I impressed her? Even though I don't think you should take pride in disobedience, I'm starting to feel hot. I didn't think she heard me back then. But to know she liked it, I clenched my cup more tightly.
I think.
You're different from them, Walter. Or I like to think that. Different how? I don't know. Just different. Don't prove me wrong. I take a sip. The drink is already cool. The less is left, the more beer it seems. I put the cup in my thigh, gazing at the basket, the cat basking in the sun. I see you ditched your pajama pants. Tell me, how does it feel to be back? Good. I feel like I'm back to where I belong. Are you going to miss scrubbing toilets? Definitely, but I think about them more often. Keep them close to my heart, you know. Let them remind you to stay humble. How can I stay humble when a legendary Lassplane chose me as a pilot? Don't let it get to your head. I grin, feeling some rush of energy that got me out of bed at the crack of dawn. I'm flattered that she chose me, but I still don't know why she did. I wonder how Alba will react. A seed of anxiety grows at the back of my head. I didn't think of that at all. Back in the hangar, Hannah said Trust would gladly share. But will she really? What if she has a problem with that? Did I just get out of the frying pan and into the fire? Will she think I ditched her for a new model as soon as she ended up in the infirmary? Oh please, I hope she won't think that. What's wrong with your face? I'm worried about Alba a little bit. Oh. Is your girlfriend going to be jealous? I jump like a scalded cat. Her words make me flush. She did not just say that. She's not my girlfriend.
Oh dear.
Then it should be a problem, I turn to her and look at her amused expression. Her words sound innocent, but there's a mischievous spark in her eyes, lurking just below the surface. The spark that makes my face even redder, I can feel it. I'm just worried about her health, nothing else. Haven't seen her in days. Is she still in the infirmary? Yes, they took her right after we came back from Loonfell. I wrote her a note, but she hasn't responded yet. I see. The girl leans back, resting her hand on a cold balcony floor. She raises her head, turning away from me, and gazes on the azure sky. Something flickers on her face, an emotion I can't name. I'm sure she's going to be fine. Right. Lassplanes aren't easily hurt, are they? And there it is again. A shadow creeps into her gaze, suffocating all the glow left. Her silhouette still seems relaxed, head perked as if she's basking in the sun like the cat next to her. But her face is serious. Taking advantage of the fact she's not looking at me, I gaze at her myself. A thin, pale scar shines in her hand in the sunlight. Do you know her? Who? Alba. Were you in the same unit? My answer is silence. The wind carries a growing hustle and bustle of Sky Fortress coming back to life. I watch her profile, her upturned straight nose, slightly frowned eyebrows. Red lips purse into a narrow line like she doesn't want to let a single answer slip through them. I know how much she hates questions. I'm not counting on a reply. I follow her gaze, trailing a single white cloud in the azure sky. Unexpectedly, when the pressure of my glare disappears, I hear a quiet answer. No. We weren't in the same unit. Surprised, I fight the urge to look at her. Subconsciously, I feel it's the unwritten rule of this conversation if I want to get any answers. I always thought there's only one Lassplane base, according to the rumors in the army at least. So are you saying there were more? Used to be. And now there's only one left? Out of the corner of my eye, I see her nod lightly. Blonde strands of hair fall on her cheek, hiding her from my sideways glances. She's the most private person I know. The walls around her are so thick, it seems incredibly tedious to penetrate them. But I'm willing to try. I want to know what's going on the other side. How long have you been a Lassplane? Silence. My whole life. Whole life? I thought you'd become a Lassplane. Can you be born as one? Figure of speech. Oh. The answers are vague, sure, and yet I feel every one of them is my small personal victory. I don't know which question will be the last you'll tolerate. I take the risk. I turn to her, turn my gaze from the sky above. The girl is still beside me, like a wrecked statue. Her eyelids are half closed under the skylight. But despite that, I can see the tension that crept into her body. Like she couldn't close her eyes with me here. Like even here, she is still alert. My gaze falls onto the right line on her hand again. Is this scar from her childhood? From before you became a Lassplane? Brandenburg squirms as if taken aback by my question. She turns to me following my eyes. Straining her back, she takes the arm supporting her away from the balcony floor. She glances at the back of her hand and suddenly freezes. Even her chest doesn't move, like she stopped breathing. It seems like the cool wind stops too. The entire world stops. I stare at her intensely. Her eyes become empty, distant. It's as if she's looking at her hand, took her to another place, another time, like she's looking at something else. No. This happened much later. A corner of her mouth quivers when she decides to answer. Her voice is devoid of emotion, gaze fixed on the white line on her skin. The wind finally grows stronger, brushing my cheeks, ruffling my hair with 6 grey strands I've discovered this morning. I feel a chill creeping down my back. I thought the light can cure all Lassplane's wounds. Why did you keep it? She tilts her head as if my next question brought her out of trace she was in for a moment. It reminds me of what I have to do. What does she have to do? Was it the reason for her presence in Loonfell? Is this why she's in Sky Fortress now? My heart races while my mind is trying to wrap around all the possibilities. When I reach the line, I sense I can't go any further. A thickness in the wall I was circling carefully, trying to find a breach to peek inside. The cat moves next to us, but I don't even mind it. I can only see a grey spot somewhere on my side, focused on the Lassplane. My gaze is fixed on her beautiful face. She looks frozen. There's a grim emotion in her eyes. Her lips are pursed as if in fear. I think this is the crack in her barrier I was trying to find. The emotions I see on her now. Her indifference is only a mask she puts on every day. And this is a glimpse of the truth. You're a riddle, do you know that? My words serve their role. The girl snaps out of her state, both literally and metaphorically. She shakes her hand, carelessly brushing long, blonde strands of her hair behind her ear. Her face turns neutral, the same as always. Is it a bad thing or a good thing? Is it a good thing? I like riddles, or it's tiresome. Let's go along with it. It's a joke, right? I like riddles. I like riddles. She doesn't answer, but I could swear a faint smile dances on her lips when she tears her eyes from me. A sudden sound like a loud sneeze interrupts my thoughts. The cat, who spent all this time lying down and forcing leftover chicken to his mouth, turns its stomach and stands up. It looks like a barrel standing with its back to us and facing the railing. To my horror, its stomach begins to heave. Worse and worse sounds are coming from its mouth, something between a sneeze and... Rota, what's happening? I think she's... Blah. I don't have the time to answer. The last powerful convulsion ripples through the animal. A steam of vomit shoots out of its mouth like water from a toy gun. Partially digested piece of chicken pass the railing bars and fall to the part below. Apparently the cat didn't decide whether it's full or not. It's eating whatever is available. Anna lifts her hands to her mouth, covering it in a mixture of shock and disgust. I open my mouth to offer a comment when I realize someone is standing down there. What the hell was that? Tell me that's not. Stiffening in laughter, I lean down to hide from the commander's eyes. To my surprise, Hannah follows my cue. We fall to the ground together, away from the railing near which the cat is sitting, pleased with itself. A nauseating smell of vomit fills the air. The wind carries noises of revulsion from the soldiers who had the misfortune to receive the miserable load. While they're shaking their fists, the animal meows lengtheningly to answer them. The meowing is hoarse from all the vomiting. I suppose she doesn't know when to stop. I have no words.
Luna!
Bad kitty. Unbothered by the situation, the cat sits on the edge of the black blanket and starts grooming itself. It licks its paws and uses them to clean its mouth. 1,000 possible comments flash through my mind, but something catches my attention even more. Luna? She needs a name after all. I like it. I had no idea you decided to keep this cat. I didn't. Then why are you here with this cat?
Nonsense.
Her name is Luna. Show some respect. She likes to watch the world from above. Besides, she was hungry, and I was taking food for myself anyway. Fair point. Well, you seem like a good owner. I'm not. She's not my cat. She hasn't left your side since we found her in a hangar. So what? She trusts you, you know what she likes, and you named her. She's your cat. Hannah opens her mouth to continue our ridiculous argument, but a familiar glow flashes on the horizon. It's impossible to miss the metallic hull of the mail drone against the blue sky. It's rushing straight at the balcony, and I realize what it means. Orders. We go back to the Slayer. She accusingly points at me, so I raise my hands as if to shield myself. Luna, which definitely is a cat, immediately gets interested in the drone. It flattens itself to the ground, loaded on her legs, it is twitching. At the sight of a flying target, her pupils grow to the size of small saucers. Meanwhile, the drone, ignoring me as always, ignores the cat as well. It stops in front of Hannah and takes out a letter from the compartment for orders. Brandenburg reaches out, but to my surprise, the drone pays her no mind. It releases the letter from its mechanical hand straight to the jug of water between us. What a... Hannah rushes to grab the letter before it completely soaks, annoyance spraying all over her face. Having finished its job, the drone floats off too quickly for Luna to catch it. The cat leaps into the air, screaming bloody murder at the mechanical mailman. When the drone heads to the corridor, the animal runs after it, meowing like a siren. I hate it. Me too. I thought I was the only one it dislikes. You're not that special, Walter. Her smile pales when she spreads out the orders. A familiar shadow flashes through her face. She swallows with difficulty like her throat is too dry. Her fingers tying on the sheet of paper. Her eyes become empty. The temperature between us drops. What is it? My words bring her back to reality. She relaxes, forces her expression to show boredom again. She passes me the paper and shrugs as if it was nothing special. But the emotions on her face, although only for a moment, a glimpse of something else, something real. I noticed them.
Nice.
You have a chance to repent for your skins. They're sending us to Azoria. What? When? Tonight. My heart stops. I was sure our flight to Lunefell changed nothing for the south. Azoria was safe, supposedly. Did something happen when I was suspended? Do you know what happened? How would I know? They don't tell us anything, you know that. Was Azoria attacked? She shrugs in both an answer and a lack of it again. I clutch the wet paper in my hand. We're ordered to secure the area, eliminate enemy units if we find any. It's uncertain if they'll be there or how many. Maybe as many as we were thrown against Lunefell, or more or less. How can they send us into the field with so little intel? You're not used to it yet, cowboy. Not really. She stretches like the importance of the mission doesn't weigh on her at all. Brushing invisible dust from her pants, she reluctantly stands up. Aluna, as if turned to her every movement, emerges from the dark corridor she disappeared in when she pursued the drone. The cat meows loudly, demanding attention, but Hannah purposely ignores it, whether it's to pretend she's not its owner or because she's still offended by the cat's outrageous behavior. I don't know. She grabs the frying pan and the jug of water and begins to clean up. I instinctively reach for our cups and the basket, although I'm still processing the new orders in my mind. We leave at 5. Why 5? Why not? I sighed loudly. This time I don't even see the slightest chance to get information out of her. Seeing the indifference of its no owner, the desperate cat approaches me and demands paying. I pat Luna's head, wondering what's waiting for us in Azoria. Unconcerned with further discussion, the blonde collects as many plates as she can and heads to the corridor to take everything back to the canteen. I take everything else and follow her, determined to help. Whatever is waiting for us in Azoria, I only know in the evening. My attempts to get more information out of her are unsuccessful. I had my return to active duty, but it looks like my privileges from HQ have officially ended. Before, maybe they would have given me all the reports I need. But now, I'm a renegade in their eyes, unrightfully chosen by a Lassplane. It's not like I can expect anything. They treat me like a pawn on the board, a pawn ready to be sent to battle, a pawn with no right to ask questions. But I suck it up. Even when I see an official recommendation to assign another pilot for this mission written in our orders, the recommendation that Hannah ignores, she's calling the shots apparently. I wonder how long she'll get away with this before HQ says enough. When we reach our destination, the sky is painted with stars. The veil shimmers on the horizon with a bright glow. We're close to the southern border. Azoria looks dazzling from afar. It's just as small as Lunefell, but its majestic lighthouse catches my attention. My heart rejoices at the sight of the buildings being intact. I feel relief, and not even a slight of holes of enemy ships in the distance can change it. We're not too late. By some kind of coincidence, we're just in time. We're approaching the village. Our orders to secure the area and eliminate enemy units.
Hell yeah.
Piece of cake. Wrap it up before dinner and you'll have some. I can see the lights of the enemy ships turning towards us when they notice our presence. Yesterday's battle left a bitter taste in my mouth, one that can be washed down. I never thought I'd welcome Empire units as a nice change. At least we're not fighting our own. At least it's time the bad guys we're facing today. Wasn't the Veil's breach in the north? Perhaps there's more. They've got a long way home. Why Azoria? There's nothing special about it. What are they doing here? Maybe they're here for holidays. I heard now is the best time to visit. Let's give them a warm welcome. All inclusive. Alright, let's do it. This should have been our first original objective, if we didn't disobey orders, is to be checking out Azoria. But there are enemy units here. So something's been going on, for sure. must be the most protected part as well, if we have to be fighting down Azuria. But then what about on the other side as well? From the border side, are we still getting orders where they know something's happening on the other side? Where Ludfell was? Okay, we nearly got this. Ooh, we got a lot of good stuff going on now. Yeah, keep it coming. Okay, I can only get one of them for now. Yeah, we're gonna have to ignore these then. Let's wait for it. Let's go crazy now. Interesting contrast now since we have switched from day to nighttime here. So there's this definite difference. Like, you know, visibility is gonna be lower. And at least though, the beams is nice to notice when to dodge. Gonna use it right now. Lovely. Oh boy, it was about to come after us. Can I get that one in time? No. Oh, it bounced backwards. That's great. Looks like we didn't arrive just in time. As soon as the Empire throws their forces at us, it becomes clear that they were here for a while. Along while the forces they gathered. I've never seen anything like this. The Empire machines twist and turn in the air in their deadly waltz. I knew the enemy technology has developed in a completely different direction, but I didn't expect this. The long units remind me of mechanical snakes, round and segmented. Are there even pilots inside? Can a crew fit in there? Are these segments connected permanently, or are they modules and can work separately? Albo could scoff at me admiring enemy tech, but my curiosity gets the best of me sometimes. What the hell are these things? I have no idea, but they're quite inventive. Have you ever seen something like this? No. But considering whom you're flying right now, I'll say we've seen weirder things. Point taken. The mountain takes us closer to Azuria. When I look at the island, my stomach churns. I feel weird, my intuition is going crazy. After every takedown, I catch myself peeking at the island. It's so quiet and empty. Not a soul in sight. The lighthouse looming over the houses shine against the night sky. For some reason, the closer we get, the more ominous it seems to me. Its light looks so eerie. If I were a ship lost at sea, I don't know if it would make me want to follow it or turn around and run. Do you think the villagers hid in their houses? I don't see anyone from here. Probably. I don't think they're even interested in witnessing the aerial battle from the first row. You're right, the enemy left quite an army here. I've never seen units like these before. These centipedes. They look like their only task is to stop us from reaching the island. That's why we're getting rid of them. But why aren't they moving inland for the capital? It has valuables they could plunder. There's nothing in Azuria. Neither was in Lunefell. Exactly. Which we don't know anything about. So let's just keep blasting the Empire until we can find some more answers. Okay, so at least they don't explode. But we have to make sure that we have the right direction to evade them. We get Sneaky Guy again? Or should we get the ship so we can create some space? I think I'm just gonna get the ships instead. Get some damage from them at least. Okay. Heavy fire. Okay, let's get in between them. Watch out for the purple blast. We got shield in. Let's get moved for closer to the front. See if we can take this one out. Nice. There we go for the other one now. Okay, cool. Let's pick up the extra power up. And it's charged again. Let's use it. That's insta-kill. We're in need of some shield. We actually got a gun level 4. I just noticed that. Did that change during only this chapter? Has it always been like an extra level that we can do higher? What? We're strongest now. Way stronger than before. That's for sure. Let's use it right away. Nice. Oh wow, totally annihilated. Uh oh, here we go. Gotta use this. Oh man, they're just blessing us with so much stuff. Keep it coming, guys. That's all I like to see. Destructive power all across the screen. The Empire won't stop, neither shall we. Okay, hold it, hold it. Now let's do it. Nice. Use this. Oh man, there's a lot of destruction. These power-ups just keep on coming. Are we ever gonna see gun level 5? That would be amazing if we do. Okay, time to use it. Right away. What's that? Oh, that's another support. Not bad. And now they're coming all underneath now. I gotta get rid of them somehow. Man, we're so blessed with so much goodies. Okay, let's dodge, dodge, dodge. See if I can grab the shield. Oh, no, I won't be able to. That's good though. The adversary's hulls disappear in black, muddy water. When each of them falls, the lighthouse flashes in the dark. The planes plummet one after another. I know it can't be related, but the flashes in the corner of my eye makes me uneasy. In the range of the bow, I don't have time to take a good look at the island, but it seems the emptiness reaches even through the windows. We should touch down as soon as we can to deal with the rest of them. What now? Just look at its village. Did you see even one person on the streets or in the window of their home? We're hundreds of meters above the groundwater. Are you saying you can see through the windows from up here? No, but we should make sure everything's alright when we secure the area. That the Empire didn't hurt anyone. I mean, people live there. They must be frightened. Forget it. What's wrong with telling them they're safe? And how do you know they will be safe? Can you see what's ahead? Damn it. They'll let it crush us. Well, she's making a more reasonable choice than Walter. He sounded more like Alba. It's like, these people need our help, even though we have no idea. Well, for now, let's start blasting them down. There we go. So this isn't like the main boss, right? We haven't got really much of a tile. Oh boy, I don't think I can do anything here. I can grab this though. Go for another one. Losing our multipliers though. We need some heals as well on top of it. See if we can grow it faster. There we go, we got some health. Nice. Another one of these. Perfect. Just what I needed. But yeah, keep those power-ups coming, and I'll keep that destructive power going. Now it's coming really fast to be getting our limit reach for our best weapon. Let's wait it out. Let's take this one out as well. Nice. Okay, extra spread, extra speed. Ooh, I didn't get all the snakes out. Oh, damn. I really wanted that power up. Okay, use it right now, right away. Okay, let's try and at least go for one of them if I can. Because I got no space there at all. Okay, nice. I guess I'll keep on taking care of the little guys. Okay, let's get the shield down. That'll do.
One shot, one kill.
There we go. Nice homing attacks to be charged in. And have a special. See if I can grab the shield real quick. See if I can get the last of those. Nope, I cannot. That'll do for now then. Okay, this is dodge. Oh boy, I missed one. And I got hit again from it. We need a health though. Oh boy. We're stuck. We're stuck. We couldn't even move from that snake. Snake got so close. The forces the Empire threw at Azuria are massive. It's a small army. The enemy could use them to wreak absolute havoc on the mainland. Instead, they throw at us, just to protect the camp they set up here for some reason. It makes me all the more worried for the residents. I don't believe in the Empire's good heart. They clearly came to Azuria before we did. Who knows how long they've been here? Who knows what they've done? Am I supposed to believe they kindly asked the villagers to stay home? My guilty conscience whispers to my ear that perhaps it's all my fault. I made a mistake. Maybe if we had come here instead to Lunefell, maybe Azura would be safe. And now?
Focus.
Now you're here and you're fighting. Stop torturing yourself with what ifs. Maybe there would be no fighting at all. If I had been here a few days ago, you're wrong. It would change nothing. How can you be so sure? I feel a tension, hesitation, when she's wondering how to answer. Fate brought you to Lunefell just in time to stop the Empire's attack. If it hadn't, the village would have fallen to the enemy. But Azura,
Oh,
you can't save them all, cowboy. Ooh, okay. Boss time, Centipede. It's the massive version of what we've seen from the snakes, right? Alright, bring it on.
go. Rocket charge.
Okay, let's get our first special out. Let's grab these goodies real quick. We do need some shield and some health. Here's another one. Let's fire it out. Right in the headpiece as well. Taking lots of blows. Okay, it's coming through the center, so we're gonna have to dodge those. We're gonna be firing some shots from behind. Let's tweak our distance away. Okay, a little bit more. Pow! There we go. Just shield it up. Get some extra defense on this. We got one more coming right up very soon, and let's fight it out. I want to collect some more power-ups here. Any opportunity we can get for a massive cannon, we'll try and do so. See if it's going to come this way. Yes, it does. Come as close as possible. Now, time to go up. Now, which way is it coming from this time? Oh, from over here.
Rocket charge.
Rocket Stars. Is that what the name of the move is called? Must be said from Hannah.
Rocket charge.
Nice. Okay, shield up. Let's quickly grab this as well. Rocket's more charged, but still, it's standing. It's got a little bit of health left. And that's it. Explosions ripple through every segment of the huge unit, pierced by Brandenburg's bullets. The centipede is massive, the bright whirlwind of flames blinding. Even now, with its final breath, I feel respect for it deep in my heart. The Empire did everything in their might to stop us. They played their last trump card. The enemy looked like a mythological beast, swirling in the air, trying to trap us and tie in the noose. Whenever I blink, I can still see the ominous flash of its segments burn on my eyelids. I keep my eyes on the blazing wreckage as it plummets through the rocky coast, as if to make sure it won't come back to life. Not anymore. All this tension left my body numb. Breathing out, I notice vapor coming from my mouth. Only now do I realize how cold it got in the cockpit. Has it been like this all along? Maybe I missed it, too busy with the instincts driving me. Brandenburg is silent. I'm trying to censor. The murmur of her thoughts is quieter than the one I feel with Alba. Even in this form, when supposedly having nothing left to hide from me, she's reserved. Is everything alright? We killed everyone. Mission accomplished. Let's go back to the Sky Fortress. Let HQ handle the rest. I grit my teeth, turning my head to the island. It's as ghastly as before, quiet, empty. Although the battle is over, and the fire no longer gleams against the sand of the sky, nobody came out. Nobody is celebrating our victory like in Lunefell, as if what we did made no difference. Let's land. A quick check won't change anything. We'll land for a while, then head to the Sky Fortress. HQ won't know.
Damn it.
And that's the behavior that nearly got you expelled from the army. Next time I won't be able to help you, Rota. Don't be ridiculous. Are you saying you're not worried about the people down below? Don't you want to know what happened to them? I'm worried about myself. I clench and unclench my fingers, cracking my knuckles. A lie. I've come to recognize the subtle tune in her voice. The cockpit gets cold. Her emotions echo in the male interior. I struggle to catch some of them. They seem so overwhelming and sad. I don't believe her words. I don't believe she doesn't care about the villagers. I can see she's forcing herself to stay distant, like always, everything just to hide her real self. What is she afraid of? That the world will hurt her if she opens up to it? If you're only worried about yourself, why are you sad? The silence that answers me only drives me to act. I don't care what she's gonna think. I know she's lying. I tighten my grip on the trigger. I am the one in charge. I decide we're going. I know you're concerned, but you're afraid to admit it. We're landing.
Objection.
This is not what they ordered us to do. Since when do you obey orders? Buckle up, because we're going there. Not bad. I'm not too sure where the points didn't land for us in the end. I guess maybe because we were stuck in that corner for so long, it was kind of ripening down the multiplayer effect. But 2 medals is good enough. Finding a place to land on this tiny island is even harder than in Loonfell. Hannah isn't particularly helpful. I sense her rage when I head for the village. I'm forced to navigate in the dark on my own, finding a spot for us. When I touch down, a loud murmur of the waves crashing at the coast reaches my ears. The enemy hulls have already disappeared in the black ocean depths, and looking at the water, I don't see them on the surface. The village's lights are blinding in contrast to the darkness around. The lighthouse towering over us seems even grayer than from the sky. Its light is pulsing a little, as if someone inside fell asleep on the control panel, dimming it with their sudden twitches. The Lassplane transforms in an instant. She hardly gives me any time to exit the cockpit and practically throws me out. I lose my balance, dying out on a grassy glade, and only to regain at the last moment. The crispy seaside air is cold. It pinches my cheeks as I fall outside. Brandenburg stands over me, eyes still glowing from the hurried transformation. Her hair is a mess, face contorted in anger. She doesn't waste time to pull herself together after what happened up there.
Damn it.
How dare you bring me here against my will? It's our duty to ensure the area is secure. It can't be done from the sky. Why the hell would any Empire soldiers hide in the village? We didn't see any equipment from above. We took down all their planes. They would be stranded here with no way of going back or moving forward. Better safe than sorry, right?
Objection.
On the contrary, this is stupid. I let out a heavy sigh, watching her furiously fix her hair. A shadow of guilt crosses my mind. Maybe I really forced her to land for nothing. Maybe we should return to Sky Fortress like she wishes to. I shake my head at my own thoughts. Considering the scale of the trouble I recently got away with, stopping by the island seems minor. Especially that Brandenburg doesn't have any more convincing arguments than no, because I say so. Her reluctance to come here seems extremely irrational. Strange, I never had her for the irrational type. We lock eyes for a while, allowing thick silence to fall between us. The glow slowly disappears from her gaze, leaving emotions I can't decipher. As usual, there are times when Hannah seems so close, like someone I've known for ages, someone I can sometimes understand without words, but definitely more often than not, I can't even predict if she'll agree with me or turn on her heel and leave. Our game in the hangar or the breakfast on the balcony made this fact fade in my mind. But now, I'm painfully reminded of it. My attempts to use another argument were in vain, so I returned to the truth. The truth I used up there in the heat of the battle. You're right, I don't think the Empire soldiers are hiding in the village, but I want to make sure the villagers are okay. I bet. This is your problem, Walter. What is? You care too damn much. Wait, you're the one who told me to do the right thing even if it's against the rules. You told me to listen to my gut. And now I'm listening. You're angry at me? She averts her eyes, which tells me I'm right. And she doesn't have a response to my words. Silence surprises me. Since the first time we talked, Brandenburg always had an answer ready, no matter what I said. Meanwhile, the girl standing before me crosses her arms and bites her lip, avoiding my eyes like the plague. Anger escapes her gaze, leaving barely smoldering coals. They remind me of the emotions lying dormant deep inside her, the ones my words can add fuel to again. But for now, she lets them snuff. Her arms fall lightly, air escapes her lips, as if in surrender. She looks at the lighthouse, frowning. I notice her knees and the cocktail of emotions in her expression. I stand on the edge of an improvised landing field. There's maybe 3 meters to a well-trodden trail leading to the village. But Brandenburg stays behind, not even a step closer to Azuria. She's stubbornly standing on the spot of her transformation, as if she's still hoping to persuade me to return. Or as if she's afraid that I'll take even the smallest step as a victory. I know you care too. Oh, come on, you think I can't see you're lying to my face? You know nothing about me. You're right, I don't. Because you're not telling me anything ever. That's why. A distant, joyful cheer cuts the ear. I hear its echo bouncing off the buildings in the village it's coming from. I jump hearing the sounds of human life. Did you hear that? I turn my eyes to the village and the lighthouse over us. Relief floods my heart again. Although Azura seemed abandoned from above, there are clearly people here. They must have hidden when they saw the enemy coming. Are they now leaving the hideouts and celebrating no enemy units in the sky? I strain my eyes trying to notice anyone between the buildings. The village lies a little higher than our landing field. I can't see anything from here. Here what? The girl's question distracts me from my attempts to find the residence. And when I turn to her, I see she's eyeing the distant buildings too. The Lassplane is standing a little farther than me. She must have missed it. Her gaze is empty, her eyes open wide like she doesn't want to miss even the tiniest detail. Like she's looking closely for traces of life in the village she didn't want to visit too. Her lips are raw from all the nervous biting. I see her arms still crossing her chest, squeeze her shoulders, like she's trying to hug herself. I heard people. What? We have to tell them it's safe now, and make sure they're okay. We wasted enough time on this point of discussion. I turn away, heading toward a solid sandy path. It winds up and changes into stone stairs after a few meters, leading to a Azura high above. I tilt my head, tracking the road disappearing between small buildings. The lighthouse immediately overtakes my vision. The massive construction rises above everything around it. It reminds me of a cathedral towering over the world, majestic and large. Its light is hypnotizing. It catches my eyes and won't let it go. The cold glow seems overworldly.
Wait.
The Lassplane's voice interrupts my trance, drawing my attention. To my surprise, she's standing a step closer than the last time I checked, like she's willing to follow me. But a new emotion flickers on her face, something I've never seen her show before. Fear. Void of rage, her blue irises are now empty. Enough talking. If you want to stay here, be my guest. I'll be back in just a few minutes. It's not a big deal. Please wait. You don't have to go.
Stop it.
I freeze watching her fight, and in a battle, she wins and lets her arms fall. She lets one hand hang along the body, but the other is reaching for me. I stare at her for a while, baffled. I blink for a few times. I don't understand what she wants. I'll go, but I need you to hold my hand. I'm so shocked I forget to village blind in my back. I eye her silhouette. Her body is stiff from tension. Concern hides from in her eyes. Anna Brandenburg, the first and legendary Lassplane, wants me to hold her hand? Am I dreaming? Or is it a trick? Will she drag me back to Sky Fortress if I take her hand? What now? I'm scared. Take my hand, please. Don't make me ask again. Is she scared? Let's do it. I look around. Apart from the lighthouse, the darkness holds the surroundings in its grip. The sound of the waves is loud. It reminds me of our game of two truths and a lie. The Lassplane can't swim. We're on an island. Maybe that's what she's afraid of. Even seemingly dauntless people have their fears, rational or not. I turn my back on the glowing lighthouse and face the Lassplane. Approaching her, I close the distance between us. Blonde strands of hair flow in the wind, framing her face. From up close, I see her outstretched hand is slightly trembling. When I try to swallow and suddenly my throat becomes dry. Easier said than done. With hesitation, I lift my hand and take hers. Delicately, unsure until the very end if Hannah is telling the truth. If it's not a trick, a pale scar gleams on her skin, reflecting the moonlight. I open my mouth to say something, carefully holding her hand when she squeezes mine, reassuringly. My heart leaps. I feel I'm turning red. The girl locks her fingers with mine. Determination grows in her eyes. She nods, frowning, but I can see the flush on her cheeks too. Together we turn to the village and slowly step on the dirt path. I'm as tense as a string, feeling her hand on mine. We're just finished on our mission. We're two soldiers on active duty. Our task is now to make sure the residents of Azura are safe and sound. But I'm holding her hand. Oh dear. We'll look like a couple taking a walk under the moonlight. The realization makes my uniform feel thick. Too thick. Hot. I'm boiling in it. I dare to glimpse at the blonde when we reach the stone stairs. Hair partially covers her face. She lowers her head. I feel like she's doing everything just to avoid looking at me. Her cheeks are completely red. If she's uncomfortable, why did she address it? I pull my hand, trying to let her go and save her the embarrassment, but she only squeezes harder. She won't let me take it, even if I want to for her own good. A lump grows in my throat. I say nothing. In the cool air of Azuria, her hand is hot and warms mine. We head to the village to look for its residents. Together. The stone stairs lead us to the Azuria's main street. It's quiet, as in a deep slumber. Only the village's illuminated windows suggest otherwise. Turns out the joyful cheer I heard from our landing spot wasn't a sign of celebration. Actually, it wasn't a sign of anything. When we finally enter the village, I don't see anyone who could have let it out, or anyone else for that matter. My body is tense as if preparing for something about to happen, something bad, but it could just as well be caused by the Lassplane holding her hand in mine. And in any other circumstances, walking side by side and holding hands would evoke completely different emotions. But now my attention is elsewhere. Not only mine, the Lassplane I'm with is as pale as a ghost. Her fingers clutch mine so tightly, I'm not sure if it would make any difference if I let go. Together we enter the silent village in search of signs of life I heard on the landing field. Weird, I don't see anyone. I swear I heard something. It's so quiet here, my words ring out like a gunshot. Even I shudder at the sound of my voice. The Lassplane at my side gazes at the houses we pass. Although her head is turned away from me, when the moonlight illuminates her face, I can see fear written all over it. Must have been the wind. Maybe, but why is no one here? The village is intact. It doesn't look like the Empire targeted civilian buildings. And yet, there's nothing, not even bodies. Would you prefer bodies lying around? Of course not. But something's not adding up here. Our steps clatter on their stone pavement. Emptiness is ringing in my ears. I wouldn't want to find bodies here, but at least I could understand it. As soon as we got here, it became clear the Empire had been controlling the area for some time. Back in the sky, my gut was telling me the worst already happened. I was expecting a bloody slaughter down here. Instead, we're the only ones here. Not a single soul in sight, dead or alive. At the same time, there's no signs of battle. No broken windows, no bullet shells on the ground, no charred walls or roofs pierced by falling missiles. Nothing. Nothing at all. The gardens are in impeccable condition. The windows are all in one piece, with curtains neatly covering some of them. I look over toys scattered around and at some doors. Children's dolls arranged on wooden chairs, attending some make-believe tea parties. Laundry hung to dry flood loudly in one of the gardens. Half the clothesline is empty. I can see the rest of the clothes on a bucket on the ground. It looks dark, red, like someone stopped hanging their clothes midway. Where have they gone? Looks like everyone just upped and left, abandoning what they are doing in the middle of it. I don't see any traces of a battle. They're out of the spore. Where could they go? Perhaps they evacuated to the mainland before the Empire even came here. Lots of people did after Loon fell. Yeah, that's true. When the news of the Vale's instability reached the civilians with our help, throngs of people rushed for the capital as far from the shore as possible. The explanation sounds confident, but doesn't reassure me at all. Maybe it's the lump in my throat. It's been there since we landed. Maybe the foul feeling in the back of my mind telling me something's not right here. I look around when we pass more houses. The possessions scattered on the street seem abandoned abruptly in one moment. If the evacuation was planned in advance, they would surely have time to take them. The air seems charged, like a moment before the storm, carrying the smell of ozone, and you can feel it coming. But the sky above our heads is clear, no dark clouds in sight. The only flashes tearing the firmament are coming from the top of the lighthouse, but slowly approaching. I glance over its silhouette. The closer we are, the more massive it seems. Its light seems to call me, luring, enticing to come closer, promising safety and comfort as soon as I get there. My eyes are transfixed, and for a split second, I forget the world around me. Brandenburg squeezes my hand, pulling me back to reality. I see her alarmed gaze on me when I turn my eyes from their lighthouse. Something has changed in her face since we entered the village. Concern doesn't convey her facial expression. The girl's eyes are wide open. Her chest rises and falls rapidly. The unsettling atmosphere of this place is getting to me, but Hannah seems frightened. She's never been one of the chatty crowd, but since we came to Azuria, it's like her already small vocabulary was cut in half. Look at these things. If people were evacuated to the capital according to a plan, they would have surely taken some of it at least. Maybe they didn't have time to take everything, or maybe they panicked. Fear does strange things to people. I'm not so sure. In Lunefell, not even facing a direct threat could persuade some of its residents to evacuate. It seems unlikely to me that everyone in Zuria would abandon their homes and escape in such a hurry. I think the Empire could be behind this. The Empire? What do you think they did? They didn't invite them to a tea party, that's for sure. They got rid of them somehow. Why would the Empire murder innocent villagers? Why are they attacking our territory? Clearly they don't need a good reason to murder our people. The girl frowns in response to my words. She's silent for a while, mulling them over like they are hard to swallow. It seems obvious to me, the Empire attacked both Lunefell and apparently Zuria. Maybe they would have done the same to Lunefell if not for the coincidence that I was there with Alba. Would Lunefell be deserted now? I don't think the Empire would murder an entire village without a reason. There's a human face under every beast's mask. They must have an angle, orders to follow, objectives to achieve. Perhaps they didn't murder them, maybe they displaced them. After all, there are no bodies. Right. Unless they threw them into the ocean. But why would they? Why hide it? How would I know? I say they're not dead. They're somewhere else. But where? I strain my eyes trying to spot any hints in the darkness. Are there hideouts here? A bunker they could hide in when they saw the Empire units on the horizon? The streets is bathed in pale blue glow coming from the windows. Since there are no hints outside, they must be inside. The lights are in every house.
I think.
Whether they fled in terror or were captured, no wonder they forgot to turn them off. That's true, but statistically, what are the chances everyone was at home with the lights on when it happened? What do you mean? Usually in a town or village, some people spend time outside at work or dinner. Why are they all the lights on?
It's too much.
You're overthinking it, Rota. Am I? I stop by one of the houses. A pale glow seeps through the crack in the doorway. There's a bucket of water on the porch, dead fish flowing on the surface. Large pots of flowers hang under the window. This place makes their blooming buds remind me of a funeral bunch decorating grey tombstones. I don't see anything unusual through the window, an empty kitchen, a pot still on a cold stove. But maybe I'll find more answers inside. As if in response to my intuition, a quiet voice comes from the building. I freeze mid-stride to the door. Hear that? Hear what? There's someone inside.
Damn it.
It's no longer funny, Rota. Listen. I stay still like the tiniest movement could drawn out the words with a rustle, but the sound doesn't repeat itself. I swear it came from behind the door. I heard it so clearly I could almost make out the words. Is someone toying with us? I don't hear a thing. No, I'm sure there's someone inside. It can't have been the wind. You're scaring me. Whoever it is, they're gonna answer some questions. When I head to the door of the house, the Lassplanes' iron grip keeps me in place. I turn around surprised. For a moment, I'm afraid she's noticed something or something happened, but the girl is standing in the middle of the street, giving me a frightened look. Her eyes are as big as saucers, body is so intense like a wax statue, perfectly still. She doesn't move by an inch. Her hand grips like mine like a vise, not letting me move. Don't do it. Don't go there. Why not? Her eyes move from me to the empty windows. I've never seen her like that before. The wind lifts the strand of her hair, partially covering her face. Her breath is heavy, hesitation flickers in her gaze, but she's not letting go of my hand. On the contrary, she's clenching my fingers. We don't know what the Empire did to these people. To this place. I heard a voice, Hannah, I'm sure of it. How do you know it was a local and not the enemy? Are you suggesting the Empire could have laid a trap? It's just, something seems off. The streets are empty. We should check at least one house. Better to investigate the rest of the village. Maybe we can find something there. I'm not sure. What if someone who needs our help? I can go by myself if you don't want to.
Wait.
Don't. Stay here. I frown, noticing a sudden desperation in her eyes. Her grip on my hand gets stronger as soon as I move away, even for a moment. When the decisive rail of the wind stops, quiet words from inside the house reach my ears again. A trap. I don't see anything like it through the window, only an empty room. Hannah is visibly afraid. She doesn't want to go inside, but she doesn't need to come with me. I'll only open the door and take a quick look inside. I'll be fine. Don't do it. Stay here. As if she was reading my mind, as soon as I consider letting her hand go, the girl raises her voice sharply. Her face is contorted like a theatrical mask, and yet desperation rings in her voice. Is she really so scared she won't survive a few seconds apart? I'll just open the door and be back right away. Should I check the house? Taking a peek inside, or let's check the rest of the village. Let's just check the rest of the village further. I hesitantly turned my eyes from the door. I heard the noise behind. Maybe Hannah's right. Maybe there's nothing good inside. As soon as I made a step toward the door, a chill went down my spine. There's something wrong about this place. There's something wrong about it all. I feel there's some kind of energy flowing in the air. My stomach turns when I feel its touch in my heart. You're right. Let's check out the rest of the village. I return to her, tightening my grip on her fingers. Contrary to expectations, I don't see relief in her eyes when I agree. Her face is frozen. She barely nods before we carry on. The lighthouse in the village center flickers and lures us towards it. Its glow is the only constant indicating the presence of life in this abandoned place, even if the constraint is illusionary, and the automated system is responsible for it, not a man. We pass more houses, seemingly abandoned by their owners, in one moment. I notice a birdhouse near one of them. Although it's full of seeds, there's no ringed animal to use it in the area. The wind carries someone's whisper to my ear. I shudder, looking around. The light doesn't reach the alleyways between the houses. The darkness in them is black and thick. My eyes can't penetrate it. When I'm trying to search for a movement, I can swear the darkness is staring back at me. You're right. Something is very off about this place, or I'm starting to lose my mind. I'd rather you didn't. Sometimes I think I can hear someone, don't you? She purses her lips into a thin line and firmly shakes her head. Even so, her gaze remains alert. She's probing the area which, although abandoned, doesn't seem empty.
You know?
We should head back. I don't like this place. It's a bloody ghost town. Ghosts aren't real, Hannah. Don't tell me you're scared of them. Gripping my hand stronger, she looks away to focus on the massive lighthouse. Her next words are so quiet, I nearly missed them. If they're not real, why do I feel like they're staring back at me? I follow her eyes. I don't see anyone who could watch us in the windows. The lighthouse towers over us when we reach its base. On the top, light glares against the black sky. My stomach churns when I look up at it. It's drawing my eyes like a moth is drawn to a flame. Don't lighthouses have basements? Probably. Why? Don't you think the residents could have hidden there? It looks like the safest place to me. An entire village hidden in one basement? I doubt it. Although she's clearly reluctant, I drag her toward the closed door to the building. Hannah doesn't want to follow me, but she doesn't dare to let go of my hand. Her eyes are fixed on the top of the lighthouse, but mine are drawn to something standing out against the wooden door leading inside the construction. She's actively resisting when I pull her to the entrance to take a look. It looks like a circle with wide rays and strangling it. Weird, I've never seen anything like that before. I reach out to trace the carved symbol with my fingertip. I feel a spark jump from the door to my hand when I touch it. Let's get out of here, Rota. I've had enough. Feeling the girl pull my hand toward the landing field, I do the same in the opposite direction. We reach the lighthouse. There's a strange sign on the door. I'm not going to turn back now. I need to know what's inside. We have to check what's inside.
Nope.
We don't. As I said, we should move. No. Since the planes are shut down, sank in the darkness of the ocean, I can't shake off a feeling that Hannah knows more about this place than she admits. Her reluctance to come here seemed irrational. She didn't want us to go inside the house, even though it wouldn't hurt to check it. She says she's afraid of ghosts, the dark, this place, and what happened to the locals. Does she know but won't tell me? My gaze falls on our interlaced fingers, and this hand holding. It's all so bloody weird. This place is bloody weird. What should I do? Let me know the truth. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop what? Stop lying to me. I can see you are from the very beginning. Since I wanted to land in Azuria when we were up there in the sky, you're lying to me every step of the way. Even this. Abruptly raise our entwined hands in the air. Her fingers grip mine tighter, fearing I'd pull away. Even this is probably a lie. A story you made up to ensure I won't leave your side. What are you afraid of, Hannah? The sea? The dark? Ghosts? Whatever is in this lighthouse? I'm not lying to you. Stop.
Damn it!
I'm not lying to you. I'm just trying to protect you. She's trying to protect me? Boiling anger warms me up from the inside. I accepted her as she was. I accepted her secrecy, vague answers, and meaningful glances. I even accepted the fact that she didn't want me to tell her name. But this crosses the line. I'm not going to pretend I don't see anything. Does she think I'm an idiot? She's barely speaking since we came to the village. She's silently following me around when I'm trying to figure out what happened here. And she knows for sure. I feel it under my skin. Her fear may be real, but I don't think she's afraid of the dark or ghosts. I yank my hand away because her touch is starting to burn. If she isn't going to answer me, I'm not going to continue this charade. But I don't manage to free my fingers. Before I do, she grips them with both her hands. She's clutching my hand with all her might, her knuckles tight and right. The grip tells me how strong she is under her unassuming appearance.
Stop it!
Just stop. Then tell me. I can't. Why not? She leans over and not letting me go. In the moonlight, her usually blue irises are like the grey, foggy morning the day it all happened. The day the war broke out. So many emotions blend in her voice and I struggle to make some of them. I hear desperation, the same that strains her eyes when she looks at me. I hear anger too, as intense as mine, as if she's bothered by it as well. Somewhere in between, her voice trembles from distress, but I see the hesitation on her face. I don't know what the truth is she's hiding and if she's really doing it to protect me, but I'm not backing off. I put up with her secrecy long enough. I deserve to know. What are you afraid of? What happened to the villagers? What did the Empire want from Missouri? What did they do here? What's inside the lighthouse? Each question is like a gunshot cut in the silence. Each leaves a mark on her face, but only the last one makes her turn her head toward the door. The hand gripping my fingers trembles slightly, the pale scars visible on her perfect skin. It's not for you to know. Who say so? I'm serious, Walter. It's confidential for a reason. If they learn I showed you this, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm sure the world won't crumble down just because I learned something about this damn place. To you,
I don't know what's going to happen to you.
desperation, anger, distress, sorrow. All these emotions tangle in the steel frames of the grave seriousness. Fear is still clouding her azure eyes with grey fog. Her fingers grip mine. I bite my cheek, my gaze moving to the symbol carved on the lighthouse's door. Her words make me anxious. What could be inside? Is it related to what the Empire was doing here? It must be. Brandenburg knows something I don't. Maybe it's only for Lassplanes, not for pilots, no matter how great. I turn around, my eyes sweeping the wretched place. The wind scatters the laundry around and seeps into the alleyways between the abandoned houses. A steel vise grits my heart, impossible to ignore. There must be a reason she doesn't want me to take inside, but I couldn't keep on living knowing how close to the truth I was, not after I've seen her. Show me. She strains slightly. I nearly see the calculations on mine painted all over her face. She's thinking intensely hard. Maybe, like I often do, she's weighing the pros and cons. HQ must not know that you saw this. They won't. Nobody can know. I swear I won't tell anyone. A split second, only this much hesitation is left in the last plane holding my hand. She nods lightly formally. Her face is tense when she turns away and heads towards the entrance. Still holding my hand, she pushes the wooden door and drags me inside. Oh, this is gonna be good. Inside the lighthouse is a small room with a spiral staircase. One side leads upstairs so that engineers can inspect equipment and operate a reflector. The other leads downstairs to the basement. Somewhere from deep below the ground comes a bright blue glow, painting the stone stairs with pale reflections. The last plane is quiet when she leads me down. The staircase is narrow. It's hard to descend and hold hands at the same time. And yet she's not letting go, stubbornly squeezing my fingers. I hold my breath. With each step, we're going deeper underground. The basement can't be too deep, maybe a few meters down, maybe a dozen or so at best, and yet I feel the air become thinner, as if the stairs didn't lead underground, but to another world. I feel the thick atmosphere of this place stick to my lungs, squeeze my chest, force my heart to pump blood faster and faster. Shadows are dancing in the corner of my eye, only to disappear as soon as I try to focus on them. Like ghosts, the inhabitants of the reality I'm entering. The Lassplane moves with lightness. I could swear even her hair is flowing as if hit by a gust of wind. I follow her sluggishly. I don't even feel the slightness, whiff of fresh air. It's the opposite. My head gets light as if I'm deprived of oxygen. I don't know how many symptoms are figments of my imagination and how many are the reality. It's so surreal, like a scene from a dream with details fading in the morning. Only a hazy outline of the forgotten realm and the feelings that accompany it are left. We're here. We've been walking for so long that I don't even realize when we reach the end. Coming down from 100 steps of a spiral staircase makes me dizzy. My body staggers dangerously on the last step, losing balance. She grabs my shoulder, helping me stand straight. Even in this eerie place, I feel my face redden from shame. The girl is smaller than me, and she needs to help me stay on my feet because I was defeated by stairs. I'm embarrassing. This short sensation is quickly gone when I raise my head to look around the place we're in. It's not a basement. We ended up in a lost chamber. Darkness enveloped its borders, hiding the walls and ceilings from me. But the echo of our footsteps and the Lassplane's voice bounced off their surface, giving away its size. The chamber itself is nothing special, but my gaze immediately falls on its center. This is the light. A massive crystal formation is much taller than me. It fills the heart of a large cave, hidden deep underground. Sharp tips and smooth walls remind me of rough diamonds stuck together by a whimsical force of nature. Only the wiring leading from it suggests I found some kind of device and not a typical deposit of a valuable mineral. It has a purpose. It emits a familiar blue glow, but it seems suppressed somehow. It's not even half as powerful as the crystals powering the watchtowers around Sky Fortress. The Lassplane holding my hand loosens her grip like she forgot about me for a moment. Silence falls over us for a moment. Maybe she's letting me guess what exactly we are looking at. But what are we looking at? A great deposit of light crystals hidden under a lighthouse for some purpose. My gaze follows the wiring leading from the platform. They seem to power something. I mean, they would if they were fully charged. In a way, surprises me the most. I've never seen a depleted source of the light before. I was dead sure the light can't be depleted, or at least by conventional devices like a lighthouse and an energy network in a small village. But it could explain the strange hue of the lights above underground. Maybe this is what happens when the energy source is low in power. My analytical mind is staring to connect the dots with hypothetical formulas when the girl at my side moves slightly as if to remind me of her presence.
It's
a watchtower. I was expecting everything: a generator supplying the village, an underground warehouse, but not this. A watchtower hidden under the ground? I'm trying to remember everything I know about them. Small light-fueled towers have been created at the same time as the Veil. Their only function is to sustain the barrier protecting us from the outside world. I can see a few from my window in the Sky Fortress. They proudly shine in the sky with banners of the kingdom displayed on them. They flicker with the same pale blue light. But watchtowers float in the sky. That's what we learn at school. They are teaching you lies for the safety of the kingdom. You're now looking at the real watchtower. The ones you see in the sky are only empty decorations that have nothing to do with the Veil. But why? Why would you build decoy watchtowers? So that the enemy won't know the location of the real ones. I snort under my breath, aware of the irony. She smiles faintly, mirthlessly. At least that was the goal. So this is a real watchtower. I don't know what I was expecting. When my gaze sweeps over the barely active crystal, I'm surprised. I thought the machinery would be more complex, but can you really predict anything when it comes to the light? A blue glow is pulsating inside the crystal. It cuts its surface like lightning, appearing in one place and disappearing in another. The The surface of the crystals is perfectly smooth, as if polished by the years underground. But inside, deep below the surface, I notice a small storm. Sparks are dancing together, only a remnant of the light energy that lurked here once. It looks inactive. Hesitantly, the girl nods. Like me, her eyes fall in the crystal formation.
Actually,
The watchtower was damaged, which weakened the veil. That's why the enemy can breach it in some places. It's starting to make sense. For the first time in this war, something is. That's why they were in Azuria. So the breach in veil is here. Kind of, but not really. It doesn't quite work like that. Meaning? No more lies. There are no holes in the veil. Damaging the watchtower made it weaker. That's why the enemies can cross it, but it's not easy. It's not a seamless wall that they can find a hole in and get inside. And yet, they did. It began here in this place. Fascinated, I watched the crystal towering over me. How could you damage something like this? I've been told my whole life the light has no constraints, that it can't be destroyed or depleted. And now I'm looking at both. The Empire has found a way to counter our greatest advantage. That's not good. Really not good. We must fix it as soon as possible, otherwise we won't have any peace.
nope.
It can't be fixed. What? I turn away from the crystal structure. The girl at my side seems to have forgotten about her interlaced fingers. Her iron grip is now weaker, although she's still holding my hand. I feel tingling on my skin where our fingers
I
meet.
mean,
The watchtower will regenerate itself. It's a matter of time. So we can only wait? Us?
yes.
I'm thinking so hard. I feel like my skull is giving off steam. So that's why the Empire made a foothold here. They wanted to make sure the watchtower stayed inactive. That their way of into our territory remains open. Looks like we forward their plans. That's true. A gleam wanders inside the crystal, like a storm in a glass of water. Energy discharges illuminate the Lassplanes' face. She seems calm, much less animated than before. But as she's looking at the crystal, her eyes are empty. Reflections of the discharges dance in the blue irises. It doesn't explain why the villagers are gone. It doesn't. HQ will need to handle that. I assure you they will. Are you satisfied with your answers, Walter? I will be soon. Tell me, are there more of them? More of what? Watchtowers. If the ones in the air are decoys and decorations, how many real ones are there? Like this one. Are they active? As far as I know, there are 3 in total. The other 2 are working without a hitch. So this is the only weak link. Good to know. It's easy to plan a defense. We need to set up a perimeter here, ensure that no Empire units will make their way to our side. Until the watchtower is fully functional again. Wait. Where are the other ones?
Actually,
I know where the second one is, but not the third. Blonde hair falls on her cheek, hiding from my sight. An unpleasant thought creeps into my mind. Impossible. It can't be a coincidence. Where's the other one? She's quiet for a while. She turned her head to me, but with visible difficulty. The reflections of the energy pulsating in the crystal shine in her
in
irises.
Moonfell.
Loonfell, really? I feel my world fall apart into tiny bits. At the same time, the scattered pieces of the puzzle I was trying to solve are now connecting. Answers, grasps of the truth, are making up the bigger picture. I feel like I was following a road in search of answers, but instead of my destination, I end up at crossroads every time. Loonfell village just like Azuria, close to the borders of a territory near the Vale. Small, useless, and yet targeted by the Empire's forces. I thought there was nothing interesting in Loonfell.
No.
Well, there is. Bloody hell. It all makes sense now. Does it? I shift my weight from one foot to the other. Only now do I realize how numb my body is. It's terribly cold here, but the revelation successfully distracted me from it. I must sort it out in my head, understand? There are 3 watchtowers maintaining the Vale. One in Lunarvale, we protected it. The second one is in Azuria, damn it. It means HQ hadn't been sending us to the edge of the world for no reason back then. They had sent us here because of this. Why hadn't they told us? If I had known, I'd have never taken Albert to Loonfell. If I had known how bloody important Azuria is, I would have followed the order without hesitation. That's why you were in Loonfell, right? That's why we weren't supposed to be there. We were supposed to be here. The girl nods hesitantly. I sigh, holding back a curse. On one hand, I can understand why HQ didn't reveal such vital information to just any pilot. Just any pilot should obediently follow orders and not demand information above their pay grade. But whereas Hannah knows, something tells me Alba may not. Trust loves her parents, but she wouldn't have forsaken Ozura if she had known there's a watchtower here. She surely would have made me do it if she had known. If he had flown here back then,
But
many things would be different. Don't overthink it. I hear it again. A note of sadness in her voice, distant and quiet. It's easy to miss. But absent looks tells me I didn't miss here. I wonder where the third watchtower is.
hey,
You can't tell anyone. Understand? I won't, I swear. But how do you know? It's just my fate. She lifts her free hand towards the crystal. Although it ignores me, as soon as the Lassplane fingers brush its surface, sparks of energy jumps to life inside. Its glow is intensifying. Small discharges smolder near the surface as if trying to touch the girl. She's watching it with no trace of emotions in her cool gaze. Here, her eyes seem like the dark
it's
still.
our duty.
Lassplane's main duty is to protect the watchtowers. That's what we are here for. To keep the veil up, separating the kingdom from the rest of the world. But it's not revealed to each of us, not all of us know that. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. The Lassplanes appointed by the king have always been playing an extremely important role in our army. Even though there were no battles they were needed for. If the task was to protect the watchtowers, no wonder they were essential part of our defenses, even without war. I'm looking at the girl at my side. The heavy duty seems to weigh on her shoulders. Sparks jump from the crystal and climb her fingers. She pulls away, not letting them reach her wrist. It's reacting to you. The watchtower. It's ignoring me, but looks like it reacts to your touch. She nods, but not as much, not before a moment of hesitation as usual. She's sharing the truth with me, but her words are measured.
No.
It's because of the light. Our connection to it creates a link between Lassplanes and the watchtowers. A link? We know when a watchtower is in danger, it communicates it to us. I freeze to remember my conversation with Alba in the middle of the night. She was trying to get to Lunefell so desperately. She said she felt something was wrong. How much of it was it fear for her parents, and how much was her connection to the watchtower? Could she tell the two apart? I remember her tearful glaze and fear on her face. They were so real, so sincere, I'm sure they weren't a lie. But what if her connection to the light fueled her fears? Is it a specific feeling? Is it calling you?
Well,
We can feel it deep inside our chest. It's hard to describe, but it pushes us to act immediately. And as for how much we understand this sensation, it's different for every Lassplane. It's amazing. I had no idea the light could work like this. That it can communicate with you. They call it the vow. She turns to me, still gripping my hand. She glances at the exit. Now with her back to the crystal, her face is veiled by shadows. Her hand is hot to touch. Or maybe mine is so cold. She takes a step forward, eager to leave and return to Sky Fortress, like she repeatedly asked. And I ignored her request. I see the tension on her face. She must be risking a lot telling me about it all. If it's top secret objective of Lassplane's service, they answer for before the king. A regular pilot like me should never know. It makes me appreciate the fact she told me even more. I squeeze her hand, stopping her mid-stride. She turns to me, and her expression weary. After all, how many times did I already resist when she was trying to return to the base? Thank you for telling me.
all right.
She nods, but only half-heartedly. I squeeze her fingers tighter. I won't forget that. We're in this together. Whatever happens, you can always count on me. Her eyes wander over my face, looking for truth behind those words. She turns away, heading towards the exit. This time, I don't resist and follow her, still holding her hand. As soon as my foot touches the first step of the staircase, a quiet murmur reaches me from behind. A whisper, a product of my exhaustion. I can't recognize a single word. Chapter 4: Behind the Veil. I returned from Azuria, blended into one chaotic scene. We returned to the landing spot and quickly took off to the sky, heading for Sky Fortress. I was moving automatically, not thinking much about what I was doing. My mind was too busy processing everything I had learned. Everything I had seen. Even now, sitting on my neatly made bed, I can't focus on anything else. My eyes sweep over the pages of reports from the front lying on my lap, but after reading just a few words, I lose track of the text. HQ didn't have many questions. They paid no attention to the fact that we returned an hour late. After all, it's hard to predict the course of a battle and how long an assigned mission will take. I didn't tell them the truth about our landing in Azuria, about what Hannah showed me. I promised her that, after all, but I also had other reasons. It looks like HQ is hiding it for a reason, and the last thing I should do is to go blab everything out in the base. Even though I can't stop thinking about it, I didn't breathe a word, especially since keeping the secret turns out to be easier than I assumed. The officers' quarters are empty today. I look around the room over the reports in my hand. 2 of my colleagues are on a mission, and 1 is in the infirmary due to poor health. Other beds haven't been assigned to new officers after being taken from deserters. There's not a soul in sight I could share the revelations with, even if I wanted to. I tried to focus on the text, scanning for information if the Empire forces have been spotted in our territory, but my eyes unconsciously turned to the massive window on the wall. Sun rays coming through it bask a bedroom in a refreshing glow. Up there, among the clouds, I noticed a familiar glint of the flown watchtowers, or rather, fake watchtowers. Just regular defensive towers designed to draw the enemy's attention. Now looking at them, the illusion seems almost unconvincing. They look so regular. Too small to house even a fraction of the energy reserves are necessary to keep the veil up. The banners on the structure flutter in the wind. The light crystals powering them emit a subtle, tamed glow. Through the eyes of my imagination, I recalled the night before, the real watchtower Hannah showed me. The shield that went down my spine even though there wasn't enough energy to power it. The interior seemed vast and ancient, like something that wasn't constructed by a human hand, but simply grass and subdued. Just an echo of an old story we weren't meant to learn. And the structure, it seems impossible to grasp how many people must have engaged in construction something that powerful. Just 3 are enough to protect our whole kingdom, to keep the barrier around it. 1 in Azuria, 1 in Lunefell. My gaze sweeps over the buildings in the sky. Where could the 3rd one be? I freeze at the sound of a familiar voice coming from the entrance. My head turns so quickly that something cracks loudly in my neck. Alba! Tross's presence immediately dispels my questions and dilemmas. It's been only a few days since she disappeared in the infirmary, but it feels like an eternity to me. So much has changed. Or maybe I changed. There you are. I was worried sick. I put aside the reports I couldn't take in anyway. Alba's return is a great deal. I've been waiting for us for so long. We have so much to discuss, I don't even know how to start. Since Tross was taken away, I've been nearly expelled from the army and then drafted again. From a perspective, nothing has changed, maybe except for the depopulated officers' quarters I'm sitting in. When I experience such a rollercoaster of emotions, it'll be hard to unpack everything. It can wait though. I briskly jump out of bed, ready to properly welcome her.
You?
How dare you? Tross's raised voice makes me stop in my tracks. She looks exactly how I remembered. I don't see any bandages, bruises, or any reminders of our tough battle in Lunefell, but her expression is one of pure shock. Noticing it, I freeze. Doubt creeps into my heart, so joyous to see her again. I stare at her dumbfounded. There's a letter in her clenched fist. I recognize it. It's the one I wrote her the night after Hannah's arrival at Sky Fortress. All of a sudden, my mouth becomes dry. Hannah. Albert told me before how much it means to her that I'm a pilot, that she's never found someone so comparable before. Is she mad at me for flying with Hannah? Does she think Hannah's is now my last plane, not her? I suspect the Lassplanes can pick and choose their pilots, but I honestly doubt it works the other way around. Would they make me choose? Does Albert think I already made that choice? The sheer thought frightens me. It's not like that, definitely not. I raise my hands in defense. It's not what you think.
How dare you?
Meet the legendary Hannah Brandenburg and not tell me about it sooner. What? The girl in Loonfell you told me about was Hannah. Well, D. First. Let's play.
Awesome!
Oh, I can't believe it, Walter. The shock on her face turns into pure wild joy and stuns me at the same time. For a split second, I was terrified that flying with Hannah was a betrayal to Alba. And here she is, clutching my letter like a valuable treasure, already entering my quarters, excited like a child. I didn't realize you know her. Are you serious? How can I not?
First Lassplane!
She's Hannah frickin' Brandenburg. Okay. She's the first Lassplane, the very first one. Can you imagine? You mentioned that. There was no one before her. That's usually what first means. I heard so many things about her. Oh my, oh. Alba pacing around my quarters, too animated to sit down, is an interesting occurrence. We haven't seen each other for so many days. In my naivety, I thought maybe she missed me, but Tros seems not to care. But my gaze follows her as she's circling the room like a vulture. The same purple hair and the same cheerful spark in her eyes as I remembered. She's been gone for so long I nearly forgot how energetic she is. So much she's about to blow up my quarters with all that energy.
Wow!
Is it true she looks like a model? I don't. Against my will, I feel myself turning red at the question.
Awesome!
I heard she's so powerful she could destroy an entire city with her rockets if she wanted to. Can you imagine? Oh, I want to be like her one day. You wish to destroy a city, Miss Tros? Oh, and I heard she doesn't even need a pilot to fly. Can you believe it? An independent Lassplane. Oh, to be free like her? Hey, that hurt.
Oh, stop it!
Not like that, Rota. You know, I would love to fly with you till the end of days, but it would be nice to have an option not to. Still hurts. I chuckle under my breath, unable to resist teasing the excited Lassplane. In reality, I know well it would be better for her if she didn't need me, but I didn't know that Hannah doesn't need a pilot to fly. So why did she pull me out of bed that morning when the transport was escaping Sky Fortress? Even before it seemed to me like an irrational whim of the Lassplane, she had a pilot on standby, but she preferred another one. Now knowing she didn't need me at all, it seems even more ridiculous. Did she want to test me? Give me a second chance in HQ's eyes? Well, I did go back to the army thanks to that. I'll need to talk to her about it. In the meantime, I'd love to hear what Alba was doing in the infirmary for so long. But it seems I'm rather low on Trost's list of priorities. She's too preoccupied with Hannah. An attempt to get past her emotions seems as difficult as navigating a minefield. Do you think I can meet her? Sure, why not? You're both Lassplanes. She's still in Sky Fortress as far as I know. Can you make that happen? As if to the rescue, a familiar meowing catches my attention. Aluna proudly steps into the quarters from the corridor, looking fluffier than ever. The cat gives the room a judgmental look and stops at the girl by my side.
What?
Seeing it, Alba practically jumps. What is that? It's so cute. I find it very disturbing that Lassplanes don't know what cats are. We grew up in military bases. Have you ever seen a cat in a military base, Walter? Well, I'm seeing one now. The girl leans over the pet with fascination, is eyeing her suspiciously, keeping distance. She doesn't know what the cat's meow means, but I do very well. It's the announcement that its owner is coming.
What's up?
As soon as Hannah slips in from the corridor, Alba lets out a loud shriek, almost jumping out of her skin. She turns her back to the door, looking at me with disbelief. Her face is burning red.
Possible.
Oh my, Walter. Rota, she's here. Her conspirational whisper is so loud, it'd be generous to call it so. Facing away from the door, Tros starts fixing her impeccable uniform in panic. She brushes her fingers through her wild purple hair as if it could change anything. Over her shoulder, I see Brandenburg leaning on the doorframe. She raises an eyebrow, surprised at the sight of Alba desperately trying to tidy herself up. Tell me, how do I look?
Do you?
You know I can see and hear you, right? The cat in the passage reacts as if struck by thunder. Iluna screeches, frightened by Trost's sudden scream. The cat bolts between Brandenburg's legs, whose eyebrows rise even higher in shock. Tross jumps to turn around, blind to the chaos she has caused. Tense as a string, she raises a hand to her temple in a proper salute.
It's...
Senior Lassplane Brandenburg, it's an honor to meet you. Senior you. I pull back, although that scene seems incredibly funny. Alba moves with me as if I was her emotional support animal. Just as Hannah is apparently Iluna's emotional support, the cat is hissing at Tross for a disgraceful crime, making a loud noise. Alba's beaming. In her eyes, I can see nothing but reverence for the Lassplane in the doorway. It's interesting to me and utterly confusing for Hannah. The legendary Lassplane's expression shows embarrassment. She clears her throat, trying to remain composed. Nice to meet you, Alba. Walter told me a lot about you.
No way!
Lies. Probably all lies. What? Why do you assume I told her something bad? Oh, it's such an honor to meet another Lassplane. And the first Lassplane at that. I have so many questions.
Oh, really?
I bet. I forgot to warn Alba that Hannah hates questions. But to interrupt the interaction would be a crime. It's too amusing. I've already dealt with both of them, but never together at the same time. But now, when they are in one room, it feels like watching a crossover of two different worlds. The awkwardness of this meeting is palpable.
Seriously?
Can you really fly by yourself? How did you learn to do that? How long have you been a Lassplane? Oh, you have to tell me.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, maybe we can talk after dinner, She stops short when Alba gives out a happy squeal as soon as she hears the confirmation. Knowing Brandenburg's temper, I'm already impressed by how well she's taken it. While Tross is zealous as an ignited fuse, Anna seems frozen like a wrecked statue next to her, and yet, apart from confusion, there's no resentment on the latter's face. She wasn't that patient with me. That's plain privileges. I move my gaze from Alba to her, and for a moment our eyes meet. I can feel she came here for a reason. I actually wanted to.
The first Lassplane!
You're the very first Lassplane like ever. Ever. How does it feel? Which Lassplane base did you train at? Were they different in your times? Wait, you must be much older than me.
What?
I feel as if I'm struck by lightning. Tross speaks with such innocence in her voice, such joy in her face, that she's probably oblivious to how it sounded. But Hannah's features immediately contort with fury.
Don't you dare.
Are you saying I'm old? I didn't mean it like that. You're like experienced and wise. So old?
Objection.
Don't you dare finish that word. The tension in the room grows so thick you can cut it with a knife. The Lassplane, turns so cold she's like a block of ice. Even the cat steps back into the corridor as if it felt the temperature drop too. Seems like it should save Alba from the predicament she landed in. Or rather she created. I clear my throat. So, what's for dinner? Distraction is my strong suit, even if not in the brightest way. Although, I wouldn't say it's smart. I smile faintly when the two girls turn the judging gaze to me. Anna sighs and steps back into the corridor where Luna is waiting.
You know.
I need to do something, but we'll talk later, okay? Yeah.
Right!
Senior Lassplane, bruh? Yes, Brandenburg. I mean, yes, Hannah. As soon as the Lassplane disappears, Alba jumps to face me. It seems that not only did she not mind Hannah's distant attitude, but also didn't notice it at all. Even the hesitation that crossed her face when she entered the minefield didn't strive for her enthusiasm. I can see a flame of determination in her eyes, so strong it makes me cast a shadow. Her fascination begins to scare me.
Awesome!
You hear that? We'll talk later. We're basically friends already. I can't wait. But it's still so early. It's hours before dinner. I don't mind that the dinner is still far away. There's so much I need to discuss with Tross that I need all the time I can get. Should I start with what happened to me, or what would happen to her? I glanced at her figure, trembling with emotions. This long stay in the infirmary left no trace on her. We can use this time to catch up. How are you? Great, better than ever. Alright then. It's been so long since they took you to that infirmary, I was worried. Why would you be? I was in good hands. I haven't heard from you at all. I was scared you got hurt in Loonfell. Your safety is my responsibility, Alba.
Oh, stop it!
I'm fine. In fact, I think I never felt this good. Okay. I think I've hit a wall. Was I the only one who had a hard time when she was in the infirmary? Or is she simply too obsessed with Brandenburg now? I don't know. If I want to spoil her mood by talking about Azuria, not when she's nearly beside herself, clenching her fists with determination. I can see her mind is somewhere else. The informant with the legendary landsplane doesn't pass easily. So, you met Hannah. I'm glad you're happy, Alba. Didn't know you're such a fan. She was like a war hero even before the war began, you know? So, just a hero. You're just a hero. Huh. Tell me, when did she arrive at Sky Fortress? When you were away, a couple of days ago, sir.
What?
We need to give her a proper welcome, Walter. But you didn't even show her to the base. She didn't want to see the base. I tried. Oh, you're such a terrible host, Walter.
You know?
We have to throw her a welcome party. Before I even think, my eyebrows jump higher. A welcome party for Hannah? The same Hannah who manifested her disgust with being in Sky Fortress on her first day? Alba must have great faith in her skills, or she really thinks she's a great host. Organizing a party for Brandenburg is a nice gesture, but somehow I can feel a trickle of sweat on my neck at the sheer thought. Not even an hour has passed since she came back from the infirmary, and she picks the hardest tasks out there. You didn't get a welcome party either, and I didn't hear any complaints. Yeah, it's because you who welcomed me to the base, dummy. As I said, you're a terrible host. Hey. Thankfully, the beauty of Sky Fortress was so immense, I overlooked your lack of effort. But Brandenburg,
You know?
she's the first Lassplane. It's like the 10th time you're saying that, you know? She's probably seen everything the world has to offer. Sky Fortress is nothing to her. We need to step up our game, Walter. A big, vivacious party. Let's invite everyone from the base. Perhaps in the canteen? Oh, I could ask the quartermaster to prepare a feast. Unlimited food. Unlimited drinks. But mostly food. I don't really care about the drinks. Alba's pacing around the room like she doesn't even have the patience to stand still. She's spitting out words like a machine gun. I couldn't even keep up with her suggestions. A great, exuberant party? HQ won't allow it. We're a military base after all.
I think.
They'll give in. It's just one evening dedicated to the best Lassplane. We'll invite them too. It's going to be the biggest party Sky Fortress has ever seen. I raise my eyebrows. The party Trost is talking about is grown to a frightening scale. I'm not sure if Hannah will enjoy such a habit. She preferred to stay out of the canteen when she could. On the other hand, it's just as easy to disappear in a crowd as on an empty balcony. Sky Fortress didn't impress her, but maybe when she sees people celebrating her presence, she'll realize how much she means to us. What should we do? Let's do it tonight in the canteen, or I think a small gathering might be a better idea. So it's really going for her favor of doing it, or just going with what she would prefer. When I say she, I think it's more so that Hannah would prefer a small gathering. You know, I'll just pump her up. I'll just say tonight in the canteen, but we're gonna probably see Hannah right away anyway. You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
I am. Let's do it. Everyone in the canteen tonight. Yes, yes. Hannah doesn't seem keen on Sky Fortress. What's a better way to show how much she means to the base than by throwing a great party and inviting everyone? When she sees a crowd of soldiers chant her name and drinking to her, she'll come to her senses. She's the first legendary Lassplane, a symbol in our hero. Maybe she's keeping her distance because she feels unwelcome. I turn to the plan around in my head, failing to notice that Alba approached my bed, or rather the bedside table. I face her, ready to determine the order of action. We'll have to talk to HQ, invite everyone, let the quartermaster know. Already on it. With horror, I watched Tross write the points on her list directly on my reports. I didn't even manage to read them, although I really tried. On the top, she wrote, "Best party ever," in uppercase.
All right.
It's gonna be the greatest party you've ever seen, Walter. I'm the best at making parties. Oh, you'll see. Trust finishes her notes. She's doing it with passion. I can hear the pen screech on the desk. I have a feeling she's about to make holes on the paper. Suddenly she gets an idea. She looks up and locks her eyes with mine. I see a twinkle in them that worries me. You know what would be amazing? I just have to do it. I'm afraid to ask what. That smile turns conspirational, and I turn worried, especially when it grows at my question.
Sweet buns!
I could bake sweet buns for the party. Oh? That's actually a very good idea, Alba. I was prepared for much worse. My nana used to make them for me when I was little. They were delicious, the best things you'll ever taste. I know you told me that before. I did. Oh, okay. Anyway, I think I can recreate a recipe. I might have to swap some things. I can't imagine Trust in the kitchen, but her growing confidence is unstoppable. Maybe she only needed encouragement. I can see gears turning in her head, no stopping it now. I must convince the quartermaster to lend me the ingredients. Oh, there's so much to do, Walter. I don't know if I can finish it in time. I'm getting nervous. The evening is so soon. What if the quartermaster won't give me the ingredients? If you're going to be stressed out over this, then maybe don't. Oh, I absolutely have to. Watching her clench the to-do list in her fist, I can't help but laugh a little. Before my very eyes, she wrote all the points to herself, adding her responsibilities for the rest of the day. I doubt I can convince her not to complete each and every one. I wanted to talk to her about the watchtowers in Azuria, but Trust is already shifting her rate, ready to act. What a weirdo. I can only play along for now. I approach her, glancing at the list. Okay, so you do have the food. What is there for me to do? What do you mean? There's still plenty of time till the evening. I can make myself useful. Well, do you know how to decorate? Not really. Okay, we need pre-invitations for the guests. But I can write.
Unacceptable.
Oh, hell no. I saw your handwriting. Scratch that. Can you put together some cocktail recipes? You just mix stuff together. Anyone can do that. She's trying to be nice. I appreciate that. But I notice a complete lack of faith in my skills when she goes quiet, struggling to find something for me to do. Something to make me feel useful without giving me the chance to wreak havoc. I'm beginning to feel bad watching her think so hard. Luckily, a bright light bulb pops overhead when she gets an idea. I know what you can do. I can think of two things actually. You can come to the kitchen and help me prepare the sweet buns. Oh, cool. Never made sweet buns, but you'll help with the cleanup. She cuts in my sentence like a crack of whip, stopping my dreams about baking together. She won't even trust me with a piece of dough? Huh. Fine. And the other one?
You know?
Hannah cannot know about her welcome party. It has to be a surprise. But you know how word travels in Sky Fortress. Stay with her and make sure she won't find out. Sounds easy enough. Hannah doesn't seem interested in what's going on in the base, so it can't be hard. If I spend the afternoon with her, I can make sure she won't learn about the party. Really, I don't know where she went, but I'll surely find her. On the other hand, if I spend time with Alba, maybe I'll be able to help with preparations. I'm not as useless as she thinks. It's been a while since I last spent time with Trust. I couldn't even talk to her because of a store in the infirmary. And most of all, whoever I choose, I get a chance to discuss Azuria with one of the Lassplanes. I need to pick carefully. So again, this is more spending time with one of the characters. This will be a big one. Prepare sweet bonds with Alba will be growing up our relationship with her even more, and keeping Hannah busy, we'll get to learn more about Hannah there. Let's see what we shall do. This is actually going a good rapport with Alba, but I'm actually kind of more interested in learning more about Hannah though. This time we'll go with Hannah's route. Seeing the scale of your preparations, Alba, I think someone should keep an eye on Hannah. She'll surely notice the buzz in the base if someone makes the decorations or chat about their plans for the evening. I'll keep her busy until then. Do you swear you'll do your very best to keep the secrecy of this confidential mission? I'll do my best. The enemy must not know of our plans. You have to do better than just your best. Enemy? I'll make sure it'll be a surprise for her. You better. Trust strains her back, saluting half jokingly, half seriously, and heads to the exit. I see she's excited, although it could be for many reasons. Me and Brandenburg might as well have paled our eyes, confronted by the perspective of baking sweet buns. I watch her leave amused. I already forgot how intense Truss's temper is. Glancing at the mirror, I smooth out my uniform. Once again, in the my Skyforce's career, I set out an expedition to find a missing Lassplane. One would think I already have a knack for Lassplane hunt around Sky Fortress. After all I did so many times, my companions often use drones to locate people they need. I would love to do that if the drones weren't holding a grudge against me for whatever reason. I don't know why, for like leaving them alone and minding my own business. Luckily I already have a method for Hannah. She's quiet and likes secluded places. Looking for her is much harder than looking for a loud Alba, always all over the place. The secret lies in finding the cat. Somehow Luna has become random bird's shadow, which works in my favor. I find Luna, I find Hannah. With an already devised plan in my head, I head for the canteen. It's not like I plan to see Hannah there, more so I'm looking for a key ingredient that will ensure success. At this hour, it should be crowded, yet when I reach my destination, I don't find anyone but drones running wild inside. Dodging their tongues and gestures of hostility, I rush to the kitchen where I find Truss. The absence of the quartermaster is a blessing. I don't know if I could convince him to give me what I need, and Albert's too busy baking and ordering the drones around to pay attention to me. Without a hitch, I snatch pieces of boiled chicken and hide them in a random sack. The game of Lassplane hunt requires wit, bravery, and cunning, and I'm lacking none of these today. Leaving the kitchen, I head straight to the park to start the hunt. I don't feel the need to call out or look around too much. I just shake the bag, spreading the aromatic fragrance out of the chicken. I already witnessed what Luna did to its cousin back then on the balcony. If it's close, the beast will come out on its own. I only need to circle the base with my flavorful snack. When I enter the quarters, people look at me and I'm crazy walking around the base with a bag of chicken, but I don't mind them. The sooner I find Hannah, the lower the risk she'll realize what Albert's planning for her. So I follow the corridors, finally reaching the main square. As I pass the bathhouse, something catches my attention. A distant, quiet meowing. It seems weird, as if stifled, like the cat was underwater or behind a thick glass. Looking up, I find the familiar figure of Luna splayed out in the bathhouse window. How come the beast has smelled the chicken through a closed window? The meowing grows louder, and I realize what it may mean. Is Hannah in the bathhouse? I haven't even stepped inside and I'm already hot. A thought that maybe I should wait outside crosses my mind. It's been a while since she left because she had something to do. Maybe she'll come out in a moment. Following her is out of the question. The stubborn meowing makes it harder to maintain my zone, but I stay outside watching the door expectantly. Only when I hear a frightening, high-pitched noise do I jump. Before my very eyes, Luna pulls her claws out and scratches the glass surface like it could convince me to open the window. The noisy sound is unbearable. Damn it. Passerby's grimace and give me deadly looks. Like the cursed cat's behavior was my fault. Swearing under my breath, I reluctantly head to the bathhouse door. I slip inside the steaming vestibule. The temperature's already noticeably higher. A glimpse inside the changing room shatters the remnants of hope to find Hannah fully clothed and leaving. Hesitantly, I watch the door leading to the main hall of the bathhouse. I'm still subconsciously hoping it's overcrowded and my entering will go unnoticed, but hearing no noise of conversation, I hesitate. If I follow her there, I look like a creep. If I follow her there with a bag of boiled chicken, she'll transform into a plane and dart through the window. Besides, you can't enter the bathhouse in daily clothes. If I want to talk to her, I need to take off my uniform. I fight my thoughts and another curse leaves my mouth. Resigned, I put the chicken on the counter and pull off my shirt. So be it, it can't get any worse. Wrapped in a towel, I take the bait and crack the door to the main hall. Steaming hot hair hits my face. A loud meowing attacks my ears, then a female scream. Alright, part 2. In the bathhouse again. With a new gallery unlocked. I rub my eyes wet from the steam and stare at the wildest scene ever. The first thing I notice is Hannah submerged in water. She's hidden far in the largest pool, partially covered by the clouds of steam. I can still see her silhouette through them though. Water drops in her smooth skin, shining in the rays of sun coming through the window. Rose petals flowing on the surface, brushing the curves of her body. Her annoyed face enveloped in a blush. Despite the distance between us, I can see wet strands of blonde hair sticking to her temples. Even the angry face doesn't make her less any charming here and now, and my eyes unintentionally linger on her while my brain for a short while refuses to take in the rest of the scene. But a movement in the corner of my eye forces me to look. Because the other thing I notice is a towel slipping off her body. And another one, the cat is biting its edge. A swimming cat. Luna is floating on a raft made of something that looks like a swimming armband. She slightly opens her mouth and fangs, tiny as needles, pierce the fabric of the towel she's using as a lifeline. I don't even know if she's aware she's pulling on it. Her eyes are fixed on a single spot. On me. I open my mouth, unsure what to even say, but how to comment. Am I dreaming? Oh no. The chicken. The view in Hannah made me forget about the chicken. Only now do I realize that Luna is trying to reach me and pulling Hannah's towel with a terrible force. Her tiny paws hit the water with the force of a small motorboat. What came over you? What did he do to her, Rota? What? Me? Nothing. Immediately I hide the sack with the chicken behind my back, too slow. I meet Brandon Door's intense gaze when she frowns. I saw that. What do you have there? Nothing. Seeing the cat's desperation, I move towards the pool's edge, hoping she'll stop struggling so hard if I come closer. It seems here it has the opposite effect. The cat thrashes even more violently, fighting its owner. I'm starting to feel appreciative of the towel. If it wasn't for it, I think the cat would rip the sack and me in the process. I crouch by the edge of the pool. Brandenburg's glare doesn't invite jokes. Through the water, I see she's digging her heels into the ground to stop Luna from yanking the towel.
Oh, you.
As you wish. But know that if the cat pulls on my towel, I'll murder you before you see anything. My hands start to sweat. I'd rather not die today, so I decide to pull out the sack from behind me. A spark in Luna's eyes is ominous. The Lassplanes wrinkles her nose when the smell reaches her too. Is this boiled chicken? I can explain. Just give it to her before I lose either my towel or my mind. I nod. For a moment, I'm wondering if I should throw the chicken at Luna, but I don't want to risk the pool turning into a boiling broth if the cat fails to catch it. It'd be a waste of those rose petals. I quickly slip into the pool. Hot water immediately envelops me. It rustles, drown out Luna's persistent meowing. I see the Lassplane squint as I invite myself into the water. Try not to mind, I dramatically clear my throat. I reach inside the bag, the cat's meow and turns into a shriek. In the unbearing long moment it takes me to come closer and put the chicken under her nose. She nearly grabs it together with my fingers finally satisfied. With an amusement, I raise my gaze from the pet to its owner. With amusement, I realize how close I got. Too close. Anna's still sitting on an underwater bench. Towering over her, I can see her very well. I can see her everything. I feel my face turn red and I nearly jump away like a scolded cat. I immediately retreat to the opposite side of the pool, murmuring apologies. It helps that Luna, too busy consuming the chicken, that lets the towel go, and Brandenburg can wrap it around tightly and cover herself from my uncharged stare. What are you doing here? Do you even know why you brought boiled chicken to the bathhouse? Don't you get hungry during the bath? She snorts, shaking her head with condescending. The cat is meowing extensively, demanding another serving. Luckily, it floats far from me. I'm rather safe from the wall of the pool. Gradually, as my body is absorbing water, my mind is absorbing the absurdity of this situation. Is this cat swimming? I say it's floating. But cats hate water. Why? Because it's wet? What a groundbreaking statement. Does the chicken help your brain too, apart from its muscles? Very funny. Luna's meowing gains the desperate note again. The cat's at my mercy on its wrath, and I'm currently pretending I didn't bring the chicken for but myself. It will have to grin and bear. Is it an armband for swimming? It appears so. We're in a military base. Why is it here? How would I know? I mean, all soldiers have obligatory swimming lessons. I freeze mid-sentence. The conclusion hits me like lightning. My mouth stays half open when I turn my eyes from the flurry to Hannah. Her arms, crossed on her chest, keep the towel wrapped around her. She blushes insistently, trying to look anywhere but me. Right. How could I miss it? Are you?
Nope.
Is the legendary Lassplane? Don't you dare. Learning to swim in the pool? A furious hiss coming from Hannah's throat doesn't even sound human, but I'm too amused to pay attention to it. Or how offended she is. Unbelievable. Even if I wanted to, I can't stop the smile curling my lips. Hannah can't swim, she told me, but she can fly. I would never guess she would like to learn how to swim. But shallow here, when I'm standing, the water hits my sternum. On the other hand, what's a better place to learn how to swim? You're overcoming your fears. I'm very impressed.
Oh, really?
Hilarious. Do you want me to assist? I can save you from drowning if needed. Oh, my hero. I can do that now, or... By all means, finish your bland boiled chicken first. Although I'm joking, viewing her from this side isn't a new experience for me. Hannah always emits an impenetrable aura, a great powerful Lassplane. She doesn't like Sky Fortress. She's not impressed by my praises or opinions. She's creating a distance between herself and the world I'm a part of. But here, I'm looking at a regular, embarrassed girl I caught learning to swim. Despite her furious tone of voice, despite her offended expression, all the distance she carefully creates around herself is now completely gone. It fell down like her defensive walls, keeping her emotions under control. At first, I'm too shocked to even notice it. Only now, sitting on an underwater bench at the opposite wall, does the realization creep into my thoughts. Like I forgot who I'm talking to. I'm seeing her as she really is. The one hidden behind the walls of feigned indifference and well-maintained image. She mutters something under her breath, probably a juicy curse or so terrible even I wouldn't dare speak it. The rustle of water and Luna's meowing drown it out. Wrapped in her towel, she presses herself into the pool's wall, as if trying to cover not just her body, but also her real self. To hide the truth I was not supposed to see. She notices my gaze and frowns, reluctantly staring back at me. What are you looking at? What should I say? I'll say what I think. I'd better stay quiet. Now, if I say what I think, it would be more so getting closer to her, right? But if I say quiet, it'd become more distant. So, why not? Let's go for the first option. Getting close to these girls anyway, see what they say. The words that roll out of my tongue can only make it worse. They're even more horrific than her curses. But before I can stop myself, my mouth opens. I think you're very cute. You know that? And you're a cave troll. You know that? A cave troll? They don't even exist. I'm looking at one right now. I can't hold back laughter at her outrage. It looks like I got the result I expected. Brandenburg pointedly turns away from me as much as he can. But to my surprise, a blush creeps on her cheeks despite her offended expression. For a while, we're both silent. Hannah's thoughtful gaze is fixed on the colored glass of a window, and mine is focused on Aluna. The cat stopped meowing, which is the first ominous sign that catches my attention. A thought crosses my mind that perhaps it's drowned itself in greed. But when I look at the cat, I notice commitment and sheer will in its eyes. It begins to move its paws, flowing on its raft. The pet is desperately flailing around in the water. To my surprise, it's beginning to work, and without the towel to keep it in one place, Aluna's getting closer to me. And that's how a sack of chicken taught a cat to swim. Look, Aluna's already got it. Maybe she'll give you some tips. The Lassplane glances at the cat, which is moving towards me slowly, but with steely determination. Despite the sarcasm, I see the corner of her mouth raise in amusement. If she's never seen a cat before, she's probably unaware of how odd this sight is. And my jaw drops right on the pool's floor. I reach inside the bag with hesitation, seeing Aluna slowly approach my side of the pool. Just the sight of the piece of meat makes her eyes shine like lanterns. I swear the cat is gaining speed. I hold the chicken at arm's length. The cat grabs it with such skill and greed that I'm beginning to worry not only about the sack but also my life. Claws show in her flailing paws that I would rather not fall victim to. I tie the sack tightly. Suspicion creeps into the feline's eyes. I don't plan to fall victim to a hunt today. Catch! I lift the tied bag high and throw it at the other side of the pool, straight at the Lassplane sitting there. Hannah shudders, surprised. At the last moment she raises her hands, letting go of a towel. Luckily for me, it stays on her. I would hate to be suspected of such mischief. Although I must admit, I looked. I bear with Luna's accusatory glare when it's moving its paws rapidly, circling back in front of me. Tirelessly forced to slave away, it begins to swim at the Lassplane. Amused, Hannah glances into the sack and wrinkles her nose. She pulls out a piece of meat in encouragement and stretches out her hand to Luna. I can't believe that the cat learned to swim before her. And yet here we are. I catch my gaze lingering on the Lassplane with chicken instead of the swimming cat. So the thing she had to do before dinner was a swimming lesson. I wonder how long it's been going on. So, what is it like to be the biggest celebrity in the Sky Fortress? Like on cue, her eyes sweep over the ceiling. Don't even start. I'm impressed by how you handled your biggest fan. Like a real pro. You mean Alba? Who else? I clear my throat. Iluna seems to be truly impressed by your chicken. I think if I die, Iluna would love to chew me to the bone. With these words, she gives the weary cat a piece of chicken as a prize. She smiles, seeing its satisfied expression. Whether she wants to admit or not, she loves this cat. The pair is waving its paws with increasingly smaller commitment, clearly tied by the sudden round around a large paw. Finding some mercy within her, the Lassplane puts the bag of chicken by the paw. She tears away from the wall and grabs Iluna, fishing it out of the water. The cat doesn't stop moving its paws even in the air, like it suddenly decided it's time to fly. Its gaze is fixed on the sack on the pool deck. With a sigh, Brandenburg reaches inside for a piece of chicken, pressing Iluna against herself. Her mind seems to be elsewhere. She feeds the creature, but her eyes linger somewhere among the rose petals flowing on the surface. Is she always like that? Alba? Her supposedly innocent question hides a spark of interest within. Today Alba was intense. For the more quiet and distant Brandenburg, it must have felt as if a bomb went off inside the room. On the one hand, she's not always that jealous. On the other hand, well, it happens. I don't know if I should prepare Hannah for the worst or calm her down before she reaches frightening conclusions. What do I think about Alba? She can be a lot. She's usually calmer than this. She can be a lot. I'm close enough with the other Lassplane to know she's nearly always excitable. Hopefully, when I do choose that answer, it doesn't kind of lowers down the closeness that we currently have with Hannah right now. She might get jealous, really, if I say that. In this aspect, she's completely different from Brandenburg, who usually never shows any emotions. Alba can be a lot, but she means no harm. She's just a big ball of energy, you know? A big ball of energy that will crush you if you get in its way? A bit. She lets out a nervous chuckle. Can't blame her for being a little stressed about it. To Alba, Hannah seems to be some kind of a larger-than-life character. I'm not used to it. It's a little overwhelming. I bet. Give me a sign and I'll take her off your back. Oh, so like a safe word. Like a safe word, perhaps. Watermelon.
Watermelon?
How am I supposed to mention a watermelon in a regular conversation? I'd love to hear a watermelon right now. Fine. Iluna screams, demanding her chicken sacrifice. Belatedly, Brandenburg takes another piece from the bag, as if she forgot about Cat's presence. With horror, I watch Iluna throw itself at the meat like a true predator. Hannah looks at the pet with tenderness, not minding how close she is to losing her fingers. They're made for each other. I made a poor idol. I'm afraid that getting to know me might leave Alba disappointed. Are you kidding me? As far as I know her, I don't think there's anything you could do that would scare her away. Do you think they sell you your posters? I'd buy one for her birthday. Why stop there? Carve a figurine of me out of wood. As a soldier, you are surely skilled with a knife. How ambitious. But you need to sign it. I can even sign your forehead if you want me to. Don't tempt me. Alba will never leave me alone. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her gaze pointedly sweep over the ceiling. It falls on me belatedly, like an innocent gesture without any impact on your conversation. It's not like you have any complaints. The girl's words make me immediately strain on the underwater bench. They seem harmless, but there's a note of tension in her voice. I'm quiet for a moment, studying her with a surprise. Her arms are folded, head turned sideways. She's playing with the rose petals in her fingers, seemingly uninterested. But I notice the focus in her gaze. She gives me a sideways glance, judging my reaction. I must be dreaming. Is she jealous? I swallow hard. It seems loud, louder than the rustle of water. I consider pretending I didn't hear her, but the silence that fell after her words is unbearable. It's sticking to the walls of the pool like mist, covering her from my sight. Who is Alba to me? We grew close to each other? Oh man. Now we have to choose what girl we want to be sticking with now. Oh boy. We grew close to each other. It's just like we take this route and it's gonna be coming to her route. I don't know. I'm growing more closer to Hannah now. It's like Hannah is that quiet one where you just want to just know more from her. But Alba's the one. Like it was the first girl coming through. Because if I say just a friend, then she's gonna latch on to me now, Hannah. Oh boy, I don't want to make her too jealous now. I'm gonna have to say just a friend. And I know that's gonna be kind of a mixed reaction from all the decisions we've done before. The answer comes to me after a few seconds, but the uncertainty on her face is so shocking I hesitate for another moment. I clear my throat, pretending to be as fascinated by the rose petals as she is. Like we're playing a game. The one who shows interest first loses. I'm trying to sound serious, but it's no small feat. Yeah, I don't. Alba is like a ray of sunshine that lights up the room. She's so cheerful and bright that no matter what happens, she's always happy. My words are a bit of an overstatement, obviously not a lie. I don't have anything against Alba, she's a really nice person, but I'm picking and exaggerating the traits that are the opposite of Hannah, not without a reason. Sounds like a great person. With amusement, I notice the masked irony in her words. I glance at her and I see she took the bait. She's aggressively reaching into the bag for another piece of chicken for Luna, desperately demanding it. And she's like an open book, you can talk to her about anything. We've known each other only for a few weeks, but I feel I know nearly about everything about her. Her favorite food, where she spends time. Well then, you're a good match. Sarcasm is dripping off her every word. She shoved the chicken into Luna's mouth so forcefully that even the pair is surprised. It goes silent, like it could understand it's not the best time to demand anything. Chewing the meat quietly, it glares at its owner. I can't hold back a smile, forcing its way to my face. It's unfair to tease her like that, but it'd be a lie if I said I didn't enjoy it. She really is a great friend.
What?
Her reaction is immediate and so visibly it hardly suits her usually spare expressions. Her eyes widen in surprise and turn away from the petals to look at me. I see a corner of her mouth twitch upward, involuntarily, automatically. She notices my amusement, and only then she frowned and pout angry that I led her into a trap, that I caught her showing emotions that she didn't plan to show. She clears her throat, hiding her face behind her veil of blonde hair. Rummaging the bag for more chicken, she leans over Luna. She takes a long time to think about the answer. Good for you to have a friend like that. Yeah, good for me. I watch her reach inside the bag and feel around for another piece of meat. To the horror of everyone present, especially Luna, she doesn't find chicken. The frustrated cat meows, demanding more. Only when the girl puts the bag under Luna's nose, showing there's nothing inside, does the creature growl in defeat. I smile under my nose, watching the two of them. The light coming through the window turns warmer, more golden. Just a few days ago, I never think we would be able to talk so smoothly. Yesterday changed a lot. Azuria changed a lot. Do you think the kingdom has already fixed the watchtower?
Nope.
I doubt it. It's a whole process. I get lost in thought. The watchtowers seem like a powerful piece of technology. Too complicated and advanced for me to understand, so it's all the more surprising to me that the enemy even breached the veil. I wonder how the Empire damaged it. Their technology shouldn't be enough. The light is too strong. Why are you an expert now? Well, I'm not, but I know what everyone else does, which is... I think back to what we learned at school and academy. I talked to Alba about it in the canteen just recently. Now I feel it was months ago. They haven't mastered it using the light, which they don't have on their territory. Their tech is based on combustion engines. That's why their world is so polluted. I raise my eyes at her. She seems immersed in thoughts again. She's playing with a strand of hair, wrapping it around her finger. Does she know more than me? I can tell. When we were in Azuria, she couldn't hide tension and fear from me. But now, in the hot steam, we're easy relaxed, no matter how difficult the topic. You think it's not true.
Well...
And what do you think? Answering a question with another question, and here I was thinking we made great progress in our relationship. It must be a reflex for her or something. Doesn't discourage me though. I'm used to it already. Instead of probing, I begin to think. HQ was lying about the watchtowers for security reasons. I doubt whatever it is behind the veil is important enough to create such a scheme. On the other hand, if the other world was as amazing as ours, would we not ask too many questions? But would we even need the veil then? I think. It might be another lie. I believe it's the truth. Might be something more to it. I like to kind of go deeper. Our history books don't say much about the outside world from before the veil. I suppose it wouldn't be hard to fake the truth here and there.
Yes.
Indeed. They have already shown they can lie about their watchtowers. Even the residents of Lunefell didn't know what's below their village. She moves in the water. I watch the surface ripple, carrying the rose petals towards me. It reminds me of the quakes I experienced in Lunefell, where they connected with the watchtower too. As long as we think of the outside world as evil, we don't want to see it or talk to it. The king might be afraid that if we pressure him to lift the veil and connect with the outside world, we'll make the history repeat itself. I see the corner of her lips raise slightly. Apparently she has a similar opinion.
You know.
To repeat the history, you need to know it first. Eluna makes itself comfortable on its owner's body as if her head were a sofa. The head must weigh a lot when it's well fed, but at least if it isn't screaming at the top of its lungs anymore. And you? What? What do you think about the outside world? I see her stiffen a bit in response to my question. She lowers her gaze to her hands, like they are the most fascinating thing now.
Well...
I think nobody really knows what it's really like. That's why I would like to see it one day. Really? You want to go beyond the veil? She shrugs as if her confession was not shocking at all. In my whole life, I've never met one person who would like to go beyond the veil. Yes, many of us are curious about what's on the other side, but we're taught there's little else but the bloodthirsty enemy hungry for our resources and territory. Nobody in their right mind would want to go there, especially alone.
Why?
And why not? I already know what's there. I like to know what's there. Even if the stories make it sound like a terrible place. I watch her grin, especially because of that. It's hard for me to hold back laughter. I genuinely believe she's crazy enough to do that. The yearning in her eyes looks real. More real than all the emotions she's shown me so far. Behind the walls she's built around herself. I see a distant burning longing for something she doesn't have. But what may be on the other side? Hey, the sky's the limit. After all, Albert said you can fly without a pilot. Is that true? She nods hesitantly. It's complicated, but yes. Why didn't you tell me? Was I supposed to deny you the incredible experience of flying with me, cowboy? Very funny. Eluna grows under its breath, where Hannah's body is shaken from laughter, like it was a sin to disturb the pet's blissful state.
You know.
I can fly alone, but my abilities are very limited then. I could probably reach the veil and land, but if anything went wrong on the way, I wouldn't be able to protect myself. I see. It'd be a little problematic on the enemy territory. A tiny bit. I smile my eyes, studying her face. To me, Lassplanes personify freedom. It's hard to believe Brandenburg has a design she can't fulfill for whatever reason. But following this thought, shouldn't I feel free too? We both have our duties, we're in the army. Even if each of us can decide how to spend our free time or what to eat this evening, we're still bound by the oath, the orders we receive. For a while, I let the silence sit between us. My thoughts revolve around this topic. Thinking about what I'll do after my service is done is strange, hard to grasp. It's like the service will never end. I don't even remember my life before I joined the army. What kind of person would I be if I hadn't? Aren't you curious what your life could have been if not for the army? What do you mean? Who would you be if you had been born elsewhere, like on the other side? She frowns baffled, staring at me. I brush the water with my fingers, watching the flower petals flowing on the surface. I don't know. Come on. It's just a game. Let's see. I think you would make a good painter.
What?
What now? Despite her restraint, I can see her moving closer on the water bench, intrigued. The sparks in her eyes tells me that she's amused by my words, even if they have no match in reality. You seem like an artistic soul. You'd live in a house on a small island, away from the rest of the world. I hear her whine under her breath, displeased. Does it have to be on an island? You can fly. Not if I'm a painter. Oh right. Then maybe a peninsula. One way in, one way out. Still cozy, but you could leave at any time. Your house would be away from the sea, but on a hill, so you would always be able to watch it from afar. I would have to be a really rich painter. I laugh under my breath. She always nitpicking, even in our small game. I wouldn't expect anything else from her. Yes, a filthy rich painter. And you? Who would you be? I don't know, you tell me. She studies me from afar. Her gaze is so intense that for a second I forget what I just said. I'm swearing. Even if she's just trying to make up an even better hypothetical profession for me. In that case, you would be an engineer. An engineer? It seems to me it's your thing. Well, I do find it interesting, true. So you could be an engineer working on your main land. Probably in a city center. You look like a city guy. Huh. You'd even have your elegant family home just near the capital. Cities can be overrated. I'd love to go somewhere more private. Like a peninsula? I've heard it's beautiful at this time of the year. I can see her hold back, a smile creeping into her lips. She clears her throat and regains confidence, trying to combine our hypothetical plots. I definitely need an engineer if something broke down at home. Like a sink. I'd come to call a plumber for you. Laughter fills the room so suddenly that Eluna jumps in place. Brandenburg grimaces when the cat's claws dig into her skin, and Tao is probably making sure it won't fall into the water. The floaty is somewhere in the corner, forgotten. Without it, the pet would find it challenging to be a motorboat. The smile lingers on my lips for a long time, even when silence falls between us. It's nice to make scenarios like this, even if they aren't realistic. And it's nice to think what our life would be like if we were different people. If she were a painter and I were an engineer. Maybe we would meet in different circumstances then. Maybe our lives wouldn't be so constricted. I watch her for a long moment. It would be nice. I see the same yearning in her eyes as before. The wish to see the world beyond this. Beyond who she is now. Seeing the world beyond the veil. Hope you'll see it one day. Or let's fly there together. Yeah, so this is definitely pushing more together with them. So let's see. If I do this, it's gonna load down the other one. But let's go for it. We should do it. Do what? We should fly beyond the veil together. Her face freezes in an expression of surprise. It seems my words are the last thing she expected. But although I'm half joking, my heart still leaps at the thought of such an adventure. Sure, as you as the engineer, me as the impayer. No, I'm serious. Let's go. It's been a while since I took days off, not to mention I've never been abroad. You're crazy, Walter. I hear that often. She brushes me off with a wave of her hand, turning sideways. Looking for an opportunity to avoid my gaze, she squeezes the empty chicken sack into a ball. But I see an amusement dancing in her face. I see that I managed to lift the burden on her shoulders just a bit. We're both preparing to leave. After so much time in the bathhouse, my skin is wrinkled as if I were at least 100 years old. The evening is drawing near, the party will start soon. How about eating dinner together? You, me, Alba? Sure. But I need to freshen up. Of course. Great. It'll give me the time to prepare for the evening. I watch her stealthily when she's leaving the pool, holding the cat and wrapped in the towel. She stops just for a moment to wink at me knowingly.
All right.
Come pick me up in the quarters when you're ready. Yes, madame. I watch her leave, and only when she's no longer in my field of view do I get out of the pool myself. I must get ready for the evening. Alrighty. And for the next part, we will check into how this party does turn out as we're currently in chapter 4 and seeing what lies ahead. So, I'd like to say thank you guys for watching this part, and I'll see you guys in the next one.